Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. Excellent. Okay, guys, what is happening? So so I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. I'm not seeing a big pop in Bitcoin. In fact, I'm seeing it's down about $400. But this SDIG is just sort of trading on its own, guys. This is just a monster. From $4 now up to $10, $4 a few days ago, up to $10 now. Crypto play, and it's still moving higher. I don't see any specific reason on it today. It's just one of those stocks that traders are, interested in, and that's all there is to it. I cannot see any specific news on it, and it's certainly not moving with the price of Bitcoin right now. So that is SDIG. GDC, oops, let me, one second. I forgot to put the market actives into the room. Give me one moment. There we go. All right, GDTC. Again, I'm not sure I saw any news on this one. Might have been something. I can't see it in my headline anymore, but there are GDTC, huge move here. Singaporean stock. Seeing a lot of stocks out of Singapore now. Anyway, GDTC, look at this move. Up 149%, huge volume. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, so up on patent grant, ridiculous. Okay, so there was some news. It's disappeared from my IB headline. So they did get a patent grant, but as it says, ridiculous. Ridiculous meaning that there's no reason this should be up 149%. It doesn't matter what we think, guys. We just trade. This happened after hours yesterday. You can see right here the mauve area after hours. Low float, 4 million in the float. All-time high right now. On the way down, VRDN on the way down, negative data, mixed data, actually the headline that I saw. Mixed data, trading lower after the company released mixed interim data from phase 1/2 trial, okay, in their drug. So this has been hit 17% by 17%. However, JMP Securities maintains a $44 price target. Now, here's the crazy one, guys. This is the crazy one. Take a look at ELOX. ELOX. So they announced a publication. This was yesterday, announced publication of their drug, okay? This was yesterday. Today, Oppenheimer has come up with, okay, let me get the actual price. They have got a price target raised from 50 to 55. When I first saw that, I thought it might have been a typo, like from 5 to 550. Remember, this is a $4 stock. So anyway, that's the the nonsensical price target put on by Oppenheimer for a $4 stock. But yeah, I mean, it's still this is another headline, so it may not be a typo. Okay, guys, as I'm reading out some of these things, TAOP, again, this is a super cheap one, up 43%, TAOP, and it's under $1. Of course, I don't trade under $1, but if you guys are interested in something like this is up now 43%. China stock, contract revenue surges 95%. It's not an earnings play, but anyway, so there's a little bit of news for TAOP. Sing, C-I-N-G. So big pop up, got up to 170. It has pulled all the way back down to 120. It is still up 28%. Huge volume, straight to the float already. Rises on positive late stage data. BTTX. BTTX up 36%. Ton of volume. It is traded the float, basically. 10 million have traded, 10 million in the float approximately. So they must have had some positive news again. I can't see this is what I'm talking about. I think I had some news, but it just disappeared. So that's in my Ivy headline news. Must be some news. I think William also indicated that they would, they need to raise a whack of money in order to bring this to the market. Though I think a lot of these guys, they don't really ever believe they're going to bring their drug to the market. Hopefully, they're going to be bought out by a bigger pharma. ABOS just reminds me of all the junior miners. Same thing. They go and explore, find the mother lode, get taken over by somebody else on purpose. That's what they're trying to do. ABOS, let's see, what is 27 million in the float. Again, can't see any specific news on it. It's at the 200-day moving average right now, 561. So it's at the 200-day. Must have released news after hours. There's a big pop-up after hours in that mold area. A firm was moving this morning. AFRM was moving this morning. Mizuho has put a $20 price target on it. AFRM. That's the only news I can see for it. Hey, look at Beyond Meat, BYND. BYND is on the move. Big pop up for BYND. Is now available nearly 14,000 stores nationwide following expanded distribution to include Whole Foods, Publix, Wegmans, Meijer, and Stater Brothers markets. Already in Kroger, Walmart's, Albertsons, Ahold, Target, and Sprouts Farm. So expanding their distribution for BYND, Beyond Meat. Well, the news we did see on the GDTC, there was some kind of. If I actually I went to our news, okay, and there was some kind of a patent grant. That was yesterday. It must have been yesterday because there's the action after hours for GDTC. So some kind of a let me see if this will open. So here we go. They completely believe this. GDTC up 110% on a patent grant. Ridiculous, entirely silly idea. So anyway, that's what it's all about. And again, it doesn't matter what we think. It has no bearing on what we think. Meanwhile, the market, yay, the market's going to have a positive open, guys. Market's going to have a positive open. IOVA, remember IOVA from yesterday? IOVA from yesterday? Big move. So they've done a financing today. That had a huge move yesterday, actually 2 days, 679 up to, actually, it's not as big as I thought. It's bigger because of the candle size, but still a great percentage move. But from the day before, 679 up to 881. So that was Friday's open. Anyway, they've done a financing. So down 11% on that financing news. Greed, another Bitcoin play. Yeah, so Gree and Estig, and yeah, Neil, I'll take a look. I mean, BITF. I didn't see BITF in my scanning, but yeah, not up a lot, but Yeah, but interestingly, I mean, what I see is that Bitcoin right now is down $400, down to 30,430 approximately. So, well, I listen, Neil. What do I think about BITF for a swing? It's all to do with Bitcoin, really. So, I'm not a swing trader, as you know. So, all I can say is that if I look left on the weekly chart, what are we at? 191. The next high is 232. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. But some of these are now starting to move, not necessarily with the coin. So, always a risk there. Don't forget about GRR, GRR, guy. Don't forget about it. Not, it's not doing too much. It's only up 3.6%. But you know what? If it can take out that 200-day again, like it did yesterday briefly. I mean, remember, it's got all this room. Got the big news on Friday about a $270 million 3-year contract with the Egyptian government. And there's that float for SDIG 4.5 million. So I mean, the next highs on the weekly chart, 1162 on the weekly, 1162 on the weekly chart, 995, sort of the next high, but it's at 10 right now. So after that, 1152. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. All right, guys, it's now 9:11. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. Not from briefing, well, sort of from briefing.com. It's not delivered to my email anymore for some reason. So let me get them in here. See if there's anything interesting. Okay, guys, let me get these in now. Just give me, I'm messing around with my caps lock here. Just give me a moment. The TAOP is on the move here, guys. TAOP getting close to $1. TAOP. All right, let me see if there's anything interesting. Give an upgrade for 3M, price target of 110. GNRC. I hear ETRN, guys. Somebody mentioned ETRN. I guess their pipeline was a pipeline they were trying to develop. ETRN, not develop, but some kind of a. So $14 price target reiterated by Morgan Stanley. However, they're trading lower after U.S. appeals court blocked the Mountain Valley pipeline construction. So it was something to do with the pipeline. Okay, so that is ETRN. Guys, TAOP is almost at $1 now. TAOP almost at $1. Again, for those of you who don't, mind playing stocks that are under a dollar, but maybe soon to be not under a dollar. And there we go, $1.02 now for TAOP. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'll get some of the downgrades in. I think anything from Goldman on the upgrade side. Let me see if there's anything on the downgrade side. Aha, well, not Goldman, but I do see that Alcoa, which has earnings next week, has been downgraded to $25, as well as Century Aluminum, a couple of the big aluminum players, Alcoa and CENX. They're downgraded ahead of Alcoa's ETN, ahead of their earnings next week. Hey, a downgrade from Goldman for GOL. Other big resource company, Tech, downgraded. So this is Wolf Research is downgrading Alcoa, AA, CENX, and Tech, TECK. Okay, let's take a look at Alcoa. They put a $25 price target on it. Let's see what Alcoa's price is right now. Okay, so that's a pretty big downgrade. This is Wolf Research, price target of $25. And again, they release earnings next week. Remember, Fisker was running at the end of the day. Look at Fisker, FSR. Look at the run it went on from about 1:30 on. Went from $6.33 up to $7, almost straight up. FSR starting to give some of that back now. FSR. All right, let us take a look at the sectors now. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, and then Show More, and get down to the sectors, sector status. See what's happening. As I say, we're in for a mildly positive open. So what you were seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% green, what does that mean? 100% of those stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. And as I say, we're in for a positive open. So you can see that virtually every sector is positive. Positive in that over 50%, okay? Over 50% of the stocks are above yesterday's close. That's why you see the green, the big green in most of them. But let's take a look again. See, so the Dow had a big surge yesterday, and the Nas came back. So let's take a look at these major sectors. I want to see XLE in relation to the 200-day moving average again. See how it's where it is. It's one of the only ones, only one of the major sectors that is still below the 200-day moving average. So if you're looking, you see my daily chart, you can see that blue line, and here it's underneath the blue line, so it's below the 200-day moving average. Remember NVAX from yesterday, guys? So this is starting to sink here. Just wondering if they, yeah, maybe they're going to do a financing or something. But anyway, NVAX is sinking now a little bit. Not a huge amount, but let me take a look at retail. Retail was above and should be still above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so moving away from the 200-day moving average. The only other one I really want to look at, because I think the rest of them are above the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at financials, XLF. Yeah, so just hovering around that 200-day moving average, that blue line, you can see right in this area. So it's still hovering around the 200-day, but above it. I have a feeling then that the only one that is below, let me just look at staples, XLP. I'm feeling the only major sector that is still below the 200-day moving average is, okay, well, you can see XLP, consumer staples, is right on it, right on that 200-day moving average. So technically a little bit above it. So the only one that is truly below is still energy, XLE, excuse me. The rest of them are all above. Kava, guys, I saw Kava in some kind of a blurb this morning when I was reading. Yeah, look at Kava, CAVA, excuse me, CAVA. Well, this has certainly been a successful IPO, guys. Doubled since its IPO mid-June. I mean, we're only July the 11th right now, so it has doubled since mid-June. Middle Mediterranean fast casual brand. I don't think this is in Canada. Pretty sure it isn't. Never heard of them before. Is that what it's actually called too, Kava? This is not a holding company. It's called Kava. Okay. Well, you can use if you're a Trader ID subscriber jet account, you can use our paper trader. And I believe it is signs a dollar. I think it's a dollar on the commissions, which is pretty reasonable. Okay, let's see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. TCBP, another cheap one, 70-cent stock. And it's just a tremendous move, guys. I mean, we started talking about this one around 70 cents, maybe, TAOP. At least that's where I first saw it. Now, what did it get up to? $1.13. Wow. Well, it's not my TAOP. It's all I do is point out the opportunities, and if a person wants to take it, great. Some of them I take, some of them I don't. Most of them I don't. I cannot take everything I talk about, of course, but now the crazy one could be the ELOX, ELOX. See how much clout Oppenheimer has, okay? I mean, it's almost ridiculous to me to think that some brokerage is going to put a 50 to 55 raising their price target from 50 to 55 for this $4 stock. So and it's 1.5 million in the float. So we'll see, once this market opens, to see how much interest in that headline there is. I mean, it's up 12%, but that's nothing if it really gets going, of course. But again, thank you, William, for opening the room. I think Chris came in afterwards, but thank you, William. What time did you open it today? Okay, let's see. Anything else happening? I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything else is happening. Okay, guys, we've got another 4 minutes or so, less than 4 minutes before the market opens. What I'm doing right now, just checking to see if anything else. This is the one that was downgraded by Goldman, I think. GOL. Yeah, this was downgraded by Goldman. Well, here are here are some competing headlines. Price target raised to 565 from 480 by Goldman. Okay, now, but when they downgraded it, downgrades to neutral, raises price target to 565. Okay. Anyway, I'm not terribly interested in that one. What I'm interested in is the ELOX, ELOX, to see what happens once it opens, to see if this Oppenheimer price target catches hold. It's not going to get a 50 to 55 today, if ever, but will it have any sort of a pop? The RDN continues down on mixed. Yeah, mixed interim data, phase 1/2 trial, VRDN. Did see a couple of earnings plays, but they were really cheap ones. ETWO is an earnings play. ETWO. Was there another one here? Okay, more expensive. WDFC is an earnings play. Not too much volume yet. Pretty big pop. Not too much volume. But that is an earnings play, WDFC. And on the downside, we've got Camp. Again, too cheap. So far, anyway. All right, guys, we have less than a minute. Thank you, William. Yeah, we have less than a minute for the market to open. So I will shut this down, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Just keeping an eye on the ELOX, ELOX. Refresh my memory of how many are in the float. Yeah, so few in the float. 1.5 million in the float. So yeah, just keep an eye on this ELOX, guys. All right, everybody. We are 5 seconds from the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And we are now open. Let's see what happens with my option scanner. So these are stocks making highs right now, not pre-market highs, of course. We have a halt already. MRT just got halted. Okay, so this one must have been a SPAC. Yes, oops. Announces cancellation of extraordinary general meeting. Okay, I'm not sure why this is showing up with this headline. Okay, I'm not sure I understand why this. Okay, okay, that got muddled into that other headline. So this is the news. Marty trading on New York, July the 11th, which is today. So this started trading in the pre-market. There's that GDC, excuse me, the GDTC. Got a bit of a pullback. Again, these are making. There's Beyond Meat, guys. BYND. Again, it pulled back from the. This is all pre-market, of course. 1648 pulled back. So these are market highs, 930 on highs that you're seeing here. And GDTC showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. SDIG over $10 now. SDIG over $10. This Dragonfly, yeah, Dragonfly DFLI, big. Yeah, I did see this move in the pre-market, and then it pulled all the way back down, so I sort of disregarded it. But DFLI, this had I can't remember what happened here. I mean, this had a huge move. I don't know if they did a financing then afterwards, which just dropped the heck out of it. I think they might have done a financing. So Dragonfly Energy jumps after extending the partnership with a towable trailer maker Nucamp. Okay, that's pretty exciting. Low float, 9.7 million in the float. That is DFLI. So VRM had a big day, big couple of days actually. So it's above yesterday's high now. VRM. Used car dealership. Make sure of that. That's the sector it seems to be in. Yes. All right, we haven't seen this one for a long time. China education stock, TAL. Haven't seen this one in a long time. China education stock. So why wouldn't I like it? Well, take a look left. The daily high is too close right now. You know, 678. So the stock's at 665. So that's one. Let's take a look at EDU. Sometimes they trade in tandem and see if EDU is doing the same thing. Yeah, so China education stocks seem to be alive this morning, guys. Now, is it the overall China market? Let's take a look at KWeb. Is it the overall China market or is it China education? Okay, so it looks like it's China just in general, okay? Look at KWeb. Look at KWeb here, guys. And this was yesterday's news, as regulatory crackdown eases. Okay, that was yesterday's news regarding China. And you can see, sort of the reaction yesterday. Your screen is black. Well, let's make sure my screen is still visible. Okay, so profit, what I would do is just do a refresh, okay? Try a refresh because it seems to be only you. Okay, guys, take a look at the ELOX. ELOX, it is starting to move a little bit here. ELOX. This is probably not this is not an optionable stock, so it's not going to show up here. Right at the 200-day moving average, 498. Right at the 200-day moving average, 498. You can see that blue line on my daily chart. The next high after that is right here is 530. Sorry, not 530. 635. So if somehow, I'm sorry, 555 is the next high after the 200-day moving average. There goes, guys. There goes ELOX. There goes ELOX. Son of that's why I couldn't get it. I was sort of breaking my rule a bit. We'll see if this if it's just got halted. I can understand why I wasn't getting a fill, and it hadn't actually had the official halt, but it just got halted. I was trying to get it right here. So we'll see what happens, guys. I mean, this is this blue screen you see here. Interactive brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but that is the symbol, ELOX. It's halted at 515. And here is the projected open. You can see how it's just changing. If this is ticked off, I'm sure this is going to have a surge. So my only hope is that it dips down below that halt price a bit and then pops above it. And then that's when I might take it. Oh, well. I was, the minute it got over 5, I was trying to, that's when I started to try to get it, and it kept running a little bit on me, and man. Well, if some of you got it, that's great. Purpose of the room, of course, is just to share ideas, and if you got it, great. And this is going to really tick me off, but that's okay. You can see the projected open is, it's just flipping around. There's nothing written in stone, of course, on these projected opens, but now if you're unfamiliar with halts, usually they're 5-minute halts. And why does the stock get halted? As it says, a volatility halt. Simple explanation, move too fast in a short period of time. So an accelerated price movement. And so the stock gets halted, sort of a pause. And again, usually they're 5 minutes. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:42 plus 13 seconds. Meanwhile, ETRN is taking a bit of a plunge here. Bit choppy though. Got up to 885, back down to 843. So a little choppy. It is showing up on my option scanner. Again, not trading options. This is just showing you stocks with abnormal option activity for the day. Now, you can see right now, ETRN does not trade very many options. It's right now a total of 899 contracts. That is 2.4 times normal. Oh, look at Carl stock, IEP. This was on the way up yesterday. This is one I just can't trade in Canada. I get this weird message about tax implications, so I have to leave it alone. I'm afraid to look. ELOX, well, still no huge number yet. We'll see what happens here. There's the halt at 515, 522, but my guess is that ultimately it'll be higher than 515. Maybe not on the open. This might give me an opportunity to get into it. How is the market today? Market's the market, Vamsi. Market's up a bit. Yeah, somebody mentioned, look at this. Yeah, somebody mentioned SOS. Is this halted? It's not halted. SOS. I missed this one for some reason. It showed up right here, 789 on my 10-day daily breakout. But really what I'm going to do is I have to put this ELOX up. I want to see if I have any chance on a dip below 515. Okay, let's see if it's going to open. 13 seconds passed. 1, 2, open. There we go. So it opened, guys, and unfortunately did not. Wow. Oh, well. Be careful, though. Be fair. If you're in this one, remember, the float is so low, 1.5 million in the float. Sid, okay. What time is Holly done calculating the strategy for the current day? I'm not 100% sure. Sometime early morning. It starts calculating. I think I want to say maybe, I don't know, 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., 11 p.m. it starts and maybe wraps it up at about 2 p.m. Eastern, something like that. I'm not 100% sure, though. Well, look at the market. Look at the market. Bit of a yikes here, guys. Market's taking a bit of a downturn. Any particular reason? Any particular reason why you asked the question, Sid? Well, a Jedi, nobody can predict that. Nobody, I mean, they have an opinion, but NVAC still has that news from yesterday. Yesterday's high, fairly close to yesterday's high, 956. But, good chance for new highs today. I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but, I don't know and nobody knows, okay? Good chance, maybe. But definitely took a downturn in the pre-market. So, Sid, did you hear my answer? Okay, this is one of the few earnings plays today, guys. ETWO, very choppy. Look at this choppiness for ETWO, it's an earnings play. I'm out of everything, by the way, guys. I know I had a Riven swing, but I'm out of that one. Good. Okay, I was able to kind of trade around my core position a bit. Okay, this ELOX is okay. It had a bit of a sell-off down to four. You know what? I sort of missed an entry. Could have got in at 515 around here. No, I'm done. I said I'm completely out of it. I was trading around my core position before, but I'm out of it now. Yeah, I mean it's if we can believe that this Oppenheimer price target is really still going to gain some more traction. Yeah, SOS is halted. Yeah, SOS got halted. My goodness. Any news on this one? Just China, it's just China. China stocks are exploding today. Don't understand what you mean by, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I was assuming if I said it last night, 11 p.m., it would be yesterday's strategies. Um, well, first of yeah, I have no idea when it stops. I really don't have any idea when it actually stops. But what time do you open trade ideas, Sid, in the morning? What time do you open it? Because nothing happens with the AI until at least 9:35 Eastern time. So assuming you get up before 9:35 Eastern time and low trade ideas, it really doesn't matter. Okay, okay. Well, again, assuming you get up, first of all, it's always you should always shut off. I mean, I shut trade ideas off, excuse me, every morning or, in the evening. And then, you can open trade ideas. Um, I mean, I sometimes I open it for my seven, say seven your time. Well, I don't know what your time zone is, but say seven Eastern time in the morning. But the AI doesn't start working until you will not get an alert until the earliest you'll get an alert is 9:35. So really, assuming you're getting up before the market opens, just it really doesn't matter when it stops calculating the night before. Okay. What are we getting for potential opens for SOS? No real clue. Now there's your halt, 898. So really no clue. 898, 899. So no real clue. And if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:52 plus 9 seconds. So a couple of minutes from now. Okay, sir, first of all, Sid, do not auto trade the AI. Okay, sorry to sort of pop that balloon or burst that balloon for you. Do not auto trade the AI. Okay, totally, it's not recommended at all. And in fact, I mean, we were talking about just preventing it from like entirely from auto trading the AI. If you want to auto trade anything, could be your own strategy. But if you're new to trading, don't auto trade. Okay, do not auto trade if you're new to trading. Okay. Okay, now I'm kind of waiting on ELOX to see if it regains 5. Well, okay, so with the ELOX, okay, so this opened, SOS opened, and it did not really, oh, wait a minute, it got halted at what time? 898. So it did pop up to 950 and pulled back down. Yeah, it's a bad idea, Sid. I'm sorry to tell you that. If that's the reason, auto trading is not the way to go. If it were the way to go, we'd all do it. Okay, so it's going to tell you that flat out. You can take a look at the ideas that Holly generates, okay, and trade around them. That's what I tend to do. If I see something I like, but auto trading, no, no, no. Okay, sorry. You can do it on the simulator. Okay, now guys, ELOX hovering around 5 right now. ELOX. Okay, where is, let's see, is there a VWAP of interest for ELOX? So 527 is the VWAP. So for me, and there's the 200-day moving average. So right now it's sitting at the 200-day or a little bit below it. So to me, I would never take this unless it broke through the VWAP. So I'll stick an alert up in that area and see if it happens later. Of course, the VWAP is a changing target, but we'll see what happens. No, I just said weeks. I would wait. It would have to break the VWAP. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Pretty slow start right now. I'm usually getting a lot more alerts, but pretty slow start right now. Just checking some of my 10-day daily breakouts, see if there's anything interesting happen. Okay, AAOI got up to 936 in the pre-market. This is boy, what a run it's been on. 2 month run from a wow, what a 2 month run this is what this one has been on. Hmm. You're right. You know what? I took my eye off it. Could have tried to get in at 898, I guess. That was where it was halted, but 4.3 million in the float. And I guess this is just because of China. Let's take a look at KWeb. If you're in this one, I'd probably have KWeb. Yeah, so it's trading on its own, guys. I mean, KWeb had a big pop. Let's take a look at TAL, see if it did the same thing. Yeah, so it did have a pullback, but KWeb had a way more dramatic one. Ah, boy, look at AAO. I did not take this one. AAOI. This is not trade op. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if it does trade options. AAOI. Um, I don't know why we don't have a percentage for it. I think I've ran into this one before. For some reason, no option volume today percent for AAOI. Don't know why. Yeah, ELOX is yeah, it's trying to hold five. Did not quite get to the VWAP. 526 is the VWAP, that blue line on my chart. Look, Hewlett Packard, HPQ. I, I'm, I'm trying to really pay a lot more attention to the ELOX, so guys, see if it breaks right through that VWAP. Now, this is not a recommendation to take this. If it breaks through the VWAP, you have to have your own trading style, of course, but I'm just watching it to see if it takes through, it gets through the VWAP. 526. HPQ guys, I unfortunately I can't take my eyes off the ELOX. Okay, even though I do have a price for it, yes, but I mean it may surge right through that. So look at the HPQ right now in the option scanner. The original alert came in at 313, 3313. No, it hasn't moved that much. Still time. Let me see if there's any news for HP. Now, guys, I changed my color on this. Okay, this used to be, I think, a dark blue. No, might have been a dark blue. I just found it a little harder to read, so I changed it to a light blue background. So it's the same. It's the same scan that I'm sharing. Okay, so again, this is the one they made fun of. The headline made fun of it. Up all of this because of a patent application. And I'm talking about the GDTC. Ridiculous, crazy, on patent grant. That was yesterday. Okay, something is amiss here with my, let's see what happened. Okay, E-locks. Oh my goodness. I want to miss you this time. Just teasing us right at that VWAP, guys. E-locks. ELOX is teasing us. The spread right now, 521, 524, bid ask. Let me get E-locks up on my screen. 525 is, I mean, it just, look at that. It got up to what, 523, 520. It must have been very brief or something. Oh, I see. I actually have my price alert at 529, just a little bit above the VWAP. Then it got up to 524. And again, this is all because of an Oppenheimer ridiculous price target of $55. And again, if you took this one, you've got to be awfully careful. 1.5 million in the float. So close. It's so close. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it has any sort of legs from here. The VWAP is the VWAP, David. There's no time frame. The VWAP is the VWAP. Okay. There's not a 1 minute VWAP, a 10 minute. It's the VWAP is the VWAP. Sort of like the 200-day moving average. Okay, that's the 200-day moving average. The VWAP is just that's the number right there. It doesn't matter the time frame. Yep. Are you a subscriber? All you have to do is if you are a subscriber, just go to my homepage, excuse me, and you can see what the parameters are yourself. Okay. For my homepage, go to the scan section. Okay, and just go to the scan section, scroll down, and then when you see option plays, I've got the two of them that don't repeat, and then all you have to do is you can check the parameters yourself. I mean, basically 150% and 300%, 1.5 and three times normal in terms of option activity. That's kind of that's the main filter. Come on, come on. Okay, guys, we have I'm going to call this a mini winner so far, a bigger winner now for ELOCs, for me anyway. For me anyway. And getting to be a bigger. I've taken some off. I've taken some off. Okay, my minimum option is 500 dip buyer. My minimum contract size is 500. Okay, I will tell you that. Yeah. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm out of it completely now. I don't, I mean, listen, the only reason it's up is because of these crazy price target, but I call it a mini winner. Wish I could say I got out everything at 578, but not quite. Yeah, as far as the VWAP on our charts are concerned, I don't really use them. It depends also if you're using pre-market data and all. That's the number though. Okay, David, that's the number. That VWAP number there in my single stock window, that is the number. Okay, well, again, that's why I was saying you cannot wander away from your computer if you got into something like an ELOCs because of that float. 1.5 million in the float. Meanwhile, Hood, look at Hood. 764 was the. Yeah, I mean, this Hood's got some room, guys. You look left on the weekly chart and you see the next high is up to 1255. So I can't answer that question, David. I mean, on the different, if you're literally trying to put the VWAP line, I don't really use it. Okay. I mean, I have it here, sort of a mini guide, but that's the VWAP. That's the number. Okay. In the single stock window, that is the VWAP. Doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. Yeah, that's where I would put it. I mean, I have my single stock window up and running the entire time with the information that I want. This is all customizable, of course, but that's the information that I want. Leah, I remembered. Leah, good morning. All right, let me take a look at something else now. I mean, ELOCs may not be dead, but I think I probably carved about as much as I'm going to, with these topping tails here. I mean, the sellers have been knocking it down. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. So, but all these topping tails, remember what they mean. Buyers had the price up at one point to almost $6. That first 15-minute candle. Sellers close it down here, 545. Buyers had it up to 567. Sellers close it at 5. Buyers had it, like me, had it up to 575. This candle still has another 3 minutes to close. Eventually the buyers will just give up for a while anyway. Look at this market. Boy, this is a big red bar now. Yell. Yeah, yell. Okay, I see you mentioned yell earlier. See, that's 40. Doesn't trade options very much. I mean, it's 700 contracts, but that's 47 times normal. Okay, I must have, just give me a moment, please. I think I might not have changed something here. That's the reason. Yeah, so if you have both of them, you see I've got the price of $1 here, 1 to 40 here. And I thought I had changed it to 2, but evidently not. But in my option, in the don't repeat version, I did change it to 2. See, it's 2 to 40 here. That's why it's not showing up. I can figure out, well, why is not yell showing up here? So, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, look, these are templates, right? And so you want to change volume, you want to change a price range that you want to follow option plays on, go ahead. Yeah, I don't really have what I would call, David, wouldn't really call a strategy VWAP. I mean, for me, it's just, yeah, I mean, I want to know where it is. I want to see how it's trading. Let's see if it, if it's trading above the VWAP and it starts moving down, will the VWAP hold it as support, just like the 200-day moving average? That's how I use it. It's not, I wouldn't call it a strategy so much as, just an indicator that I'm certainly aware of. Yeah, ELOCs may not be over. I mean, if it took out the high of the day, what would happen? Let's take a look at ELOCs if it took out the high of the day. Yeah, so it would have some room still. The high today was so far 589. So we'll stick an alert near that high of the day. The reason being is that the next high looking left is 635. And after that is 758. So, I mean, there's some interesting levels that if it could take out the high of the day, where it could maybe get to. And again, guys, if you want any of my strategies or alert windows, okay, I hate calling them strategies. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. And if you scroll down a little bit, get to the scan section, click here. So here are the strategies. These are the scans. Let's call them scans. These are the scans that I am sharing, okay? And the two option plays, the don't repeat version. What does that mean? It just means that here you will see the first time the symbol alerted, the time and the price, and then you can see what happened from there. This one, so look at NWL as an example. I mean, it just triggered 972 at 1016. If NWL keeps making new highs, you will see it here over and over again. Okay. So this is just the don't repeat version of the option scanner. And all it's looking for is abnormal option activity. I'm not trading the options. Though some have said, I think if Ori is in the room, he says he actually uses it at least to identify stocks that he might want, especially I guess if you're going to day trade options, it'll show you the stocks that are obviously having the abnormal option activity days. And then if you can figure out a way to actually trade the option, great. And then the other one I really pay attention to, the 10-day daily breakout and down, though I'm still amazed. Nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown for the last few days. Now, remember yesterday we had nothing in the momentum down all day long. And it's not like the market was ripping yesterday, but at least we're getting something now on the momentum down. So what you're seeing here, this is nice to have also, because sometimes not every stock, of course, is optionable. So a lot of times you'll see some stocks in here, like Yell as an example. I don't think Yell is optionable. We'll see if it is. No, it is. It is optionable. Okay. Oh, of course it is. But let's take a look at another one. Well, okay, it's optionable. That's why you want to have a minimum contract number of contracts because it's three. That's total, which is 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. So this is good to see stocks that maybe don't meet the filter requirements of the option scanner, maybe because the option volume is too low, or the option volume, the percentage is too low, or it doesn't trade options at all. No, we need to know it. I can't find one that doesn't. Well, here's another one. I mean, six contracts today with SOS. Anyway, no, you can still have access to it, David. I just decided. I think the option scanner is way more entertaining. So I don't want to have too much of an overload on what I share, but I'm on my screen. So, but the racing is still there. I mean, it's still available on my homepage. You can have the racing on my homepage. The two races that I have. Weyerhaeuser, W-Y-Y. This is not Weyerhaeuser. Sorry, guys. I guess Weyerhaeuser is just W-Y. White Point. Ugly looking daily chart. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Of course, I don't know that until I click on the alert. And that's why I have these different time frames up here. Well, the ELOX, guys, I mean, it's threatening to take out the high. Okay, well, now ELOX at the high now, guys. Over six, under six, over six. I mean, this is flirting right around that 6 level. I mean, it's just too bad for, that it is so, I mean, volatile, but you have to expect that with that float, 1.5 million in the float. Okay, so CENX had the downgrade this morning from Wolf along with AA. And there goes the ELOX. Just be careful, guys, if you're in it, okay? Do not wander away from your computer. Oh man, okay. Well, okay. What did we say the next high was? 635, guys. 635 is the next high in the daily. If it what did it get to? If it cracks through that, 640, if it can really thrust through that one, we have 758 is the next high on the daily chart for ELOX. Well, we said the number one focus today, for me anyway, was ELOX. I mean, I'm not saying it was a super easy one to trade, but certainly the focus was for me anyway, the number one focus. Man, oh man, we get through again seven. What did I say? 758 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Look at the volume increasing volume. All I can say is manage the trade, guys. I mean, I can't tell you when to take profit and all this. I mean, again, that float is so low. Look at the market. We're in a schizo market. Not that this stock doesn't care what the market's doing, but we're in a schizo market again. Now, who was talking about? So, dip buyer. So, okay, you have reduced. I'm not saying don't do it, but you have reduced the option volume. Oh, well, here's one. Well, I should have been looking at ELOX. ELOX, look at ELOX. No option volume today because it doesn't trade options. It's not an optionable stock. So there's a classic reason why, well, a couple of things. You know, you could have seen it here, right there at 512, 936. 512 was the trigger, 10-day daily breakout. Of course, it's triggering over and over here in the momentum scanner. So, you know, that the momentum scan and the 10-day daily breakout will pick up things that are not optionable, that are really moving. Now, what I was going to say, dip buyer, you know, we're not in earnings season yet. I know I keep mentioning this, but next week when we start getting in, look at this go. When we start getting into earnings season, this if I'm going to have to make some filter changes, otherwise this window will be absolutely jam packed when we get right into earnings season. Maybe not next week, but the week after. The reason being is that when companies release earnings and they are optionable, typically that's a day in which their option volume will explode. Okay. So what we don't want is to have like 200 stocks that we have to try to figure out what we want to take a look at. Well, every day, well, not every day, well, just about every day. So the last 2 days, what are we now? Only Tuesday. So I must be thinking of Friday. So, you know, news is important. You know, I'm not, you know, that's what I do in the pre-market. Excuse me, what I'm really doing now is checking to see if there's any stock that has some, what I think is some big news that could move it. So yesterday, of course, we had Novavax, NVAX, with the $300+ million payment from the Canadian government. And then on Friday, we had the GRRR with a $270 million contract with Egypt over 3 years. And those two right there are the stocks you had to follow all day long. So what I was trying to do in the pre-market, I didn't see anything like that with, you know, mega contracts. But when you see a stock like this that has some absurd price target put on it, you got to pay attention. Now, obviously, I mean, I was wrong thinking that these three topping tails in a row, that might have been it. But, you know, once it took out that high here, right there of 698, well, that's what got it moving again. And again, we have the room up to 758. Now, don't be waiting for 758. I mean, if it takes out 758, I have no idea what's going to happen. No activity in the AI today so far that I can see. Yeah, I mean, that is typically what happens. But what did I say? I said, well, there's no harm in putting a price alert, on the chart. And if it happens, great. I honestly didn't think it would happen, but if it happens, great. So let's take putting price alerts. Let me, what time is it now? 10:31. So it's a good time to do this. Talk about my homepage again. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, talk a little more detail about what you can find on my homepage. Okay, well, first of all, if you want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, now if you wanted to if you have a monthly subscription right now and you want an annual, just let me know and I can get you a 25% discount. Okay, only if you want to take out an annual. If you do take out a subscription to get started, you must do this. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introductions of scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through all of them. There's 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading 101, probably a great place to start. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put this together. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room today. Now, he said it might be a little bit late. Typically, well, I'll show you down here. Well, I'll get to that. I take a break between 12 and 1, but I'll get to that. So Trading 101 was put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, I think it's a great place to start if you are brand new to trading. I wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be. So I do a stock of the day video as I'm eyeballing this. Will it take out that 765? Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Education section is right here. So we have a great user guide. If you click on the user guide, there's that getting started again. More detail information about the alert window, a top list window. Somebody asked about the stock racing. I'm not displaying it, but here it is. If you want to have some information about the stock races, we have 4 videos for you, and race startup, race configuration, etc., all clickable. This is what I was talking about. Here are the price alerts. Okay, I mean, it's all I did, guys. I just put a price alert on my chart, and the rest is history. I mean, that's all I did. It's very simple to do. So I'll show you, once I get out of this, I'll show you exactly how to do that. There's the getting started again. So this is what I was talking about, the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it'll be Michael Noss. Now, he said he might be a little bit late, okay? So, but when he gets there, I'll let you know. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Michael is the originator of all of these Market Explorer strategies. If you click on new and you see Market Explorer, he's a big V-WAP player, anchored V-WAP player. So you can ask him all sorts of questions about that. Last, on my homepage, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, the option plays and the don't repeat version. There's that single stock window. This is the halts resumes over here. This is what I use in the pre-market to see what stocks are active in the pre-market, either up or down. Here are the 2 races that I'm sharing. So a lot of information on my homepage. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and this promo code. It helps the room to keep the room free. Okay, this is a free room. Of course, the company uses it for marketing. So the company always wants to know, well, is the room valuable or not? And they can tell the value by people taking out subscriptions. Okay, using my code. Also, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and that education section. So let's keep the room free, guys. Use my link to take out a subscription if you decide you want to take one. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Wow. That is one big wow today on the ELOCs. Well, next, let's take a look at the weekly high, 930, weekly high. I mean, why not? I haven't looked at anything else, really. Well, Oppenheimer certainly performed today, guys. Look at this. This is the only reason this is moving. Okay, so here is a little earnings play, BYRN. Let's take a look at it. BYRN is an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. That's not correct. They released earnings this morning, but they had some reaction after hours. This is another scan that it's a compare count window that I'll be paying attention to once we get right into earnings season. This is just a different presentation, sort of ticker based. Earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Hardly any companies right now releasing earnings, but that's where I saw the BYRN. And again, it's a scan that I am sharing. Nothing from the AI yet. Interesting. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just following an internal. Wow, 8:35 now. 8:40. Whew. Wow. I mean, even HPQ. I mean, original. Actually, I bet you the alert happened earlier. I actually, what happened is I had forgot to check this one. Remember, there were four strategies or four scans in here. So I've actually forgotten to check this one earlier. So my guess is that HPQ was probably even alerted earlier than 3329. It's hard to get too excited about something like this when you've got an ELOX just ripping for you, but nonetheless, a lot. I don't want to say easier trade, but easier on the psyche, perhaps. Hey, maybe it gets to $50 a day. I'm kidding. I am kidding. Okay. I don't want anybody new listening to me thinking it's going to get to $50 a day, but so first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. So the main room is open before, well, no later than 8 o'clock. Usually a little bit earlier. I don't get on the mic. This is Eastern time, of course. I don't get on the mic until 9, and I go to about, well, 3 o'clock. In the summer, I've been going to 3, but I'll always stick around if there are questions after 3 o'clock. Yeah, halted. Yes, halted. I see. Oh no, believe me, I see. I see it. So, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. But understand, this is not a room in which I am going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. All I do is try to present an opportunity. If it meets your trading style, your plan, etc., fine. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys. For instance, I had this price alert. I had two areas for the ELOCs. The V-WAP was the first one. Worked out okay, and then I put a price alert just over right around 6 for the second time. Didn't mean I was going to take the trade 100% just because it got to 6. When it got to 6, though, I knew about it. I wanted to see how it was trading. If you recall, it actually dipped down below 6 a couple of times, not dramatically, and then I said, okay, well, let's just the problem with a stock like this is where are you going to put your stop? I mean, because it's so volatile. But I mean, that's the but so if you're listening to me, I hope don't be disappointed by, well, maybe you are disappointed thinking, well, how come the guy is not telling me what to buy and sell and when to get out? But again, in this room, it's not just all about me. We have a lot of great traders in this room and different trading styles. Okay. If you're new to trading, we have a simulator that you can practice trading. You need our standard service. We need our standard service. You need our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. Okay. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, which you absolutely should do before you start actually trading, you just need our standard service. And let's just do one, okay, to show you how it works. So let's just say you wanted to trade Hood right now, okay? So Hood is at 1189. I just want to show you how you can do it, okay? This is not something I would do. I just want to show you how you do it. Now, first of all, to load this window, this what we call Brokerage Plus, first you have to be using our downloadable application, okay? Not using the web-based version. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. Racing and web is not available in the web-based version, as well as the Brokerage Plus window. And to load it, you just click on New, and right at the top, Brokerage Plus. So here's your window. This will show up. Now, it might say not connected until you click on Sim. Okay, when you click on Sim, it should change the simulator. If it doesn't change, let me just back up. So that's what it probably will say, not connected. You click on Sim, and that should change to simulation. Okay, simulator. Now, if it doesn't, if it says account, just means you're on a previous version of Trade Ideas. If it says account, click on it, and then the simulated trading default box will pop up, and click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. Yeah, ELOX is currently halted, Peter. Yes, it is. So again, all you have to do then is you just click on any symbol that you see. The symbol will show up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You know, this is a drop down you can use, or you can, of course, put in the exact number of shares you want to trade. Let's take a couple hundred shares. We'll go in at the market. The bid ask is only a penny. So you click on buy, and then you send it. Now you're in the trade. Okay. Entry 1191. There we go, guys. The unstoppable ELOX so far. Unstoppable. See a 5-minute halt, got halted at 10:43 plus 22 seconds, open right at the penny, at the penny, the second, 10:48, 22. 5 minutes exactly. How do you get, Joe? All you have to go to is my homepage, okay? Is what I still, yeah, just go to my homepage link. And I just put the link in. And when you click on it, scroll down until you get to the scan section right there. Click here, scan section, dock momentum up or down. Okay, that is that one right here. Now, if you don't want to see stocks moving down on momentum, you just have to X that out. Okay, this has both the strategies in, or the scans. Got to keep calling it scan. These are not strategies; they are scans. It's an important difference. Okay, strategy is something that is back tested, and you think you might want to, like the AI is kind of is strategy based. These are just ideas. These are scans. So every time I see an alert doesn't mean I want to take the trade, but I do want to see it because I click on it, check the chart, check what the market's doing, and then I make a determination whether or not I want to trade it. So again, if you don't want to see this one though, you just have to exit out, and then it'll just be momentum up. Okay? Who asked that question? Joe, okay? Makes sense? I haven't looked at anything else. Now, this might be the big downturn now. Now, I don't think ELOX is shortable for a lot of brokers out there. I know it's not shortable interactive brokers. I'm sure if you have Centerpoint or maybe Cobra, one of the those two specialize in having shorts, but most brokers probably. How about you, William? Do you have shorts available at E-Trade or Fidelity for e-locks? Now, when I say shorts aren't available interactive brokers, I mean, yeah, I can ask them to look for them, but I mean, if you're going to day trade something, you don't want to, in essence, they're not available. Meanwhile, believe it or not, there is other stuff happening. CDXS. Let's take a look at CDXS. Finger's been a real active one, guys. FNGR. This Redfin has been active. Where was the first alert? Yeah, look at this. I mean, later there is other stuff happening. So there was the first alert for Redfin. Okay, at 10:26, the price was 1401. And again, this is the don't repeat. That's what the DR stands for. The don't repeat. So that's telling me the first time the alert happened, and it got up to 1452. So, you can use this like a watch list. I mean, sometimes you might think, okay, well, for instance, you missed the Redfin. Well, what if Redfin later on, let's take a look at Redfin as an example. Yeah, I mean, the VWAP's at 1370, but what if the VWAP was at, I don't know, 1420? Okay. And right now it's at 1452. What if it pulled back down to the VWAP and held it and maybe bounces off it as an example? So using this like a watch list, so all you would have to do is just put a price alert. Did somebody ask me about price alerts? Sorry, Bob, was that you? Somebody asked me something about price alerts, I think. Big O, was it you, Big O? Look at this Redfin go. My goodness, is there any news on this? Can't see any news on Redfin. Is this, I don't even know. It's possible it's even an AI play. They're using AI in this. I really don't know. The reason I say that is because when I'm looking at my headlines, I'm seeing some AI news also, not specifically for Redfin, but. So guys, listen, this is, if you like this room, I'm assuming we've got some regulars been in here for years, but tell your friends, tell your family. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. Come into the room. If you're looking for, a glimpse into what the wild and woolly stock market's like, come on into the room. It's a free room. You can just sit and listen. I don't think this ELOX is over. I still have some left, not a lot, but I still have some left just in case it does the absolute craziness and takes out 10. But hey, boss, sixes. Okay. Did see this one. So here's on the 10-day daily breakout. Also, it's 616. Let's take a look at ABOS. I did see this in the pre-market. I actually have it as one of my ones that I did see in the pre-market. Now, my problem with it right now is looking left. What did it get up to today? It got up to 619. The next high looking left is 615, 613. And then, but if it can get through that, then 648. So it's got some room to 648. If it can, take out this 618. I'm going to stick an alert here. Again, it doesn't mean that I just absolutely take the trade if it gets up to 618, but I want to know about it. Now there it is. So this is probably not optionable. No, it is optionable. I don't know why we're not getting this option volume today. I don't know why we're not getting a percent. Well, that's the thing, Steve. I mean, it is a free room, and I don't think, I don't think high pressure sales tactics to get people to take out subscriptions. But like yourself, you can be in the room for months before you take out a subscription. And if you never take one out, that's fine. But you've got to be super comfortable with, number one, with trading and our program. Trade Ideas itself as a program. Okay, guys, ABOS on, just took that out. I'm not in it. I'm sorry, I'm not in it. I got a little distracted. I may have taken it, but what's the spread like on this ABOS? Again, guys, my two favorite scans, the 10-day daily breakout and down, though I'm not getting anything, and the option plays. So, if I only had two, that would be it. I have this here just in case, it's not an optionable symbol company. But most of the time, you'll probably see in this momentum up, you'll probably see it in the option scanner or the 10-day daily breakout. One of the keys to using Trade Ideas is not to get overwhelmed by all the information. You don't have to learn every, for instance, people say, well, my goodness, I looked at the search. I looked at all of the real-time alerts that you've got. I looked at all of the filters you've got. All right, let me get down here. You see these icons. You don't have to learn them all. I probably use maybe 1% of them, maybe. Okay, I'm a very simple trader. I like to see new highs of the day, new lows of the day, a minimum volume, and a price range. That's about it for me. That's it. So again, I am sharing my scans. So of course you can take a look at my scans, but if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. And these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Remember, we are a real-time scanner. There's a difference between a scanner and a screener. This is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners are out there, like show me stocks that are between a certain price range and minimum volume, and they're maybe making new highs of the day, or up a certain percentage in the day. That's a classic use of a scanner. Show me the stocks that are up the most for the day. Of a screener. That's a classic use of a screener. What we're good at really good at is the real-time aspect of all this. So for instance, in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. So the stock is between $1 and $50. The current volume is 6. That means it's got to be trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. So up to 11 o'clock Eastern time. Minimum of 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The stock, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So this is the screening aspect, okay? So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is what we're great at. Now that's, again, we have many real-time alert triggers, but I almost exclusively use either the new high of the day or the new low of the day. I really don't use anything else, but that's my style of trading, of course. But if you were interested in new 5-minute highs or 15-minute highs or 30-minute highs, of course you can do that. But these are all if I type in 5, 5-minute high, 5-minute lows, things like that. Okay. We have opening range breakouts. But again, I have a very simple style of trading. Oh, I'm totally aware, Paradox. Well, this is interesting. So we do have a couple of AI alerts. RW, never seen this one before. The next generation internet. Is this one of Kathy's? I don't know if this is one of Kathy's deals. Not interested in that one. The P Core. See, these are out of the price range I like to trade for the AI. I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, it's just out of the price range I like. Aha, ATVI. Yeah, that's been ongoing for months, maybe a year even. Microsoft wanted to buy Activision. Boom. Yeah, no kidding. So this is the news here, okay? Federal judge extends temporary restraining order to July 14th to allow FTC to appeal. So it's not done. It is not 100% done. Judge did not put deal on hold. Cannot get, did he try yesterday, Guillermo? Let me just check a look. Cannot get access to the free trading room. I have no idea why. Is he using this link? Maybe give him this link. It's pretty simple, typically. BHT. So here is the link. So when you click on the link, hopefully this is still valid. Yeah. First name, email, and sign up. And I'm not a robot. Should be pretty simple. No, I've never tried this, of course. I don't have to, but if you're new to it, I'm not sure what happens. Do you get an email sent back to you? Now, the only thing I can think of, you get an email sent back to you that basically validates it, and then you get in. Maybe you have to check your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, maybe your promotionals folder. Of course, I've never done this. So, but what happens? Somebody tell me what happens. You give your first name and your email, and then what happens? You get something in your email immediately, and then that basically allows you to get into the room. I probably should know that, but no, you just get in? Okay. So it's nothing more complex than that. So hopefully that who asked that question? BHA. So hopefully that answers or helps. You have to log into TI. Well, yes. Okay. Yes. I mean, I have to do the same thing. I have to do the same thing. So maybe that's the, once you're, let me go to TI. Just give me a moment here. Just give me one moment, guys. Oh, just give me one moment. Having a problem here. Okay, let me, so I go to my home page. I have to do the same thing. And where it says trading room, I have to do the same thing every day. Okay. There's no, so I trading room, I click on it and then that gets, and then I have to follow the instructions and I get in. And you create your username and all of that. So maybe that's the issue. I think I missed a question. Somebody talking about new to trading. I listen. If I missed the question, just ask it again, please. I'm trying to scroll. I thought somebody had a question about I'm new to trading or something to that effect. Oh, Guillermo, you're in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see your question, but now it seems to scroll away from me. Guillermo, if you asked a question about being new to trading, just maybe ask it in the trade ideas. You see, this is what's happening. I don't know why, but it's scrolling away from me. I keep seeing your question like there, you see? Or maybe that, oh no, that was at the beginning. It's not Guillermo. I'm sorry, excuse me. It's right up here. I thought I saw the G. Okay. So gain without pain, are you still around? That was a question at 8 o'clock this morning. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. On the way down is Penn, PENN, gaming stock. All right, bit of a lull on the action here. Let's take a look at the ABOS. Did it continue? So it had a pretty big pullback here. Relatively low float, 27 million in the float. I mean, to some that is really, really low, but we're getting so used to these stocks that are, 5 million and under. And again, if you're new to trading, what the float is all about, that is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. That's a simple explanation. So for instance, if you look at, let's take a look at Apple, AAPL. So the float is 15 billion, 15.7 billion in the float, okay? If you check the shares outstanding, it will be more than 15 billion. So what happens is you take the shares outstanding and you start subtracting what, say, all the C-suiters own, the CEO, etc., all the C-suiters, probably some major mutual funds, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting from the number of shares outstanding, and that gets you the float, the effective number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Why I don't like trading Apple? Because and nothing wrong with trading Apple and Amazon and all those, high float stocks. But for me, they're just not gonna give me the percentage moves that I'm looking for typically. Okay, on a daily basis. So unless Apple has some extraordinary news or earnings play, something like that, I'm just usually not interested in looking at Apple. That doesn't mean it's bad to look at Apple. That's just my plan, my trading plan, my trading style. Meanwhile, look at PRFX. I just saw that it resumed and popped up. Another crazy one going. Everybody needs pain reform. Wow. And halted again. Maybe not. Maybe not halted again. Yes, halted again. Wow. Yeah, Tesla is one of the ones, like a big float that has some pretty interesting moves intraday. You're absolutely right. Somebody has said that in our YouTube room. Mr. Weeks. So that's what the float is all about, okay? So what is a low float? Now, your idea, my idea of a low float, there's no exact definition. Because if you were used to trading Apple and Microsoft and all the major high float stocks, you would look at something with 100 million in the float as being a low float. So it really depends on what you normally trade. For me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. That is for me personally. Some others might say, no, it's got to be under 5 million. And that's fine. That's why there's no strict definition of what a low float stock is. Now, why is that float why is it important? Well, we have the number one candidate right here. Look at that float, 1.59 million in the float, 25 million have traded. So it has turned the float over multiple times today. Just divide 1.59 into 25. What do you get? About 15? A little more than 15 times the float. Okay, that is traded. So this is why it's important. Just think of it like any other commodity on earth. The float is the supply, and when the demand is high, what happens to any commodity on earth? The price goes up. Okay, so if you've got like a low supply of something, but high demand for whatever reason, price is going to go up. And that's why we see something. That's the only reason why something can be up 122% because of that float. If that had 1 billion in the float, it's not going to be up 125%. Now, with all that excitement, of course, the reverse happens. Once the demand dries up, this stock could just absolutely crater on the way down. The demand is still relatively strong, especially if it gets back over 9 again. And just to put a real end to this discussion, I haven't used my real estate analogy for quite a while now, but I think that's something that everybody can relate to. Well, we're going to use my cul-de-sac analogy. So if you're living in a cul-de-sac with 100 homes, okay, and you put your home on the market for, say, $500,000, and you're the only one in the cul-de-sac doing that. And then for whatever reason, maybe they're a rezoning, or for whatever reason, all of a sudden there's extraordinary demand for your home. You've got 10, 20 bidders on your home. Well, that 500,000 that you listed your home for, what's going to happen? You know, you get into a bidding war. It becomes 600,000, 700,000, 800,000, whatever. It's a bidding war. Why? Low supply. You're the only home. High demand. You've got 20 people looking for your home. Awesome to be in, right? So but here's the flip. Now you want to sell your home. You put it on the market for 500. Your neighbor decides, you know what, I want to get out too, but puts it on for 495. Your neighbor next to you, so you got one on the right hand side, one on the left hand side, says, you know, I want to get out also. Puts it down for 450. What's going to happen? And you only have 2 or 3 people interested. So now you've got the supply is more than just your home, and you have low demand. So what happens? You might have to keep dropping your price. Same thing with the stock. It's exactly the same thing. Once the demand dries up for these ELOCs, you know, if it ever really, really dries up, you know, it's going to really drop down because of that float. I mean, we have a situation where I live. I'm in a gated community, and we have very few people selling, but somebody's put their home up a couple of weeks ago, and they got into a bidding war. It was amazing. I'm not looking to sell or anything, but it's always nice to see. Anyway, 11:19 now, guys. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And Michael Noss, now he says you might be a little bit late. So I'll hang around, of course, until he gets into the YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Yeah, I thought the real estate market was supposed to go turn into a real bust, you know, interest rates going higher, et cetera, et cetera. Certainly not where we live. Of course, Vancouver is the most desirable place in the world to live, so I understand that. I can't do it. BHT, I don't know why he can't get in. I'll tell you what, send him to, I'm sorry, I just have no idea, unless Pepe has any sort of an idea. If let me give him a link. I have no idea why he can't get in, because it should be relatively simple. He's getting a login error. Does he have an account with TI? Probably not, right, Pepe? Probably he's just like most people. You don't have to have an account with TI to get into the room, do you? I should know this, but You have to have an account with TI. So maybe, so if he goes to the homepage, to that trading room, one moment. Okay, so let's go to that page then. Okay. So last attempt, I guess. So you see, I'm going to give this. This is our homepage, okay? TradeIdeas.com, and there it says trading room. Hopefully, if he clicks on that and then starts the process, he'll get in. Otherwise, I don't know how. I don't know really how else to help. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. Let me get that more correctly. So BHT. So there is. Okay, try this. Here's again is the Trade Ideas homepage. Okay, and then when he clicks on that, you should see the trading room, and then click on that. And after that, I don't know how else I can help him. Sorry. And yes, I do know. Again, as I said, I have a little piece of this ELOX just in case it does something really crazy. I mean, it's already done. It's already done the crazy. Don't get me wrong, but it could still get crazier. Well, here's your high. I mean, if it takes out 10, big psychological number to take out. And again, the next high looking left after that would be almost 11. If look, if it takes out 11, I mean, there's your next high, 17. Again, I am not saying it's getting there. Not saying it's getting there. Okay. But these are just, this is what people ask. Well, you're a day trader. Why do you have the daily and a weekly chart up? Because most of the things I see are at a high of the day. So I have to see where the next high is. Where could it stall on the daily or the weekly chart? Whew, I'm wiped. God, what a morning. I think I said earlier it was a little bit slow. All right, here's another one showing up, NNVC. Okay, so again, guys, I do apologize because if you have the don't repeat, like some of you may not have this, maybe you just have the off. This is a $2 minimum, okay? And I thought I changed them both to a $2 minimum, but I guess I didn't. Now you don't have to. If you want to keep that as a dollar minimum, but that's why it's not showing up on the don't repeat because it's I have a $2 minimum price here. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. This NNVC, well, it looks like the original alert was down here. This is why I like to see the don't repeat, of course. I don't have to do this. But again, because I had a $1 or $2 minimum in my don't repeat. So it looks like the first alert was at $1.80. So it hasn't moved like a tremendous amount. Looks like the first alert was at, or $1.80 at 11.25. And that would make sense because remember, my minimum option has number of contracts has to be a minimum of 500. So it's at 582 right there. Okay, so now NNVC just hit 2. So now it's showing up on my option scanner. The other one, they don't repeat because it did hit 2. So I'm going to do one of two things. I'm going to reduce this to 1 or put this at 2. Or I'm sorry, reduce this one to 1 or put this one at 2. My sense, I mean, listen, it's up to you guys. Remember, these are just templates. You can do anything you want with them. I mean, if you have this is a multi-strategy window. So if you want to change anything, you just right click on it and go to the configure all. Okay, then probably check them all, edit the selected. So here's where you can kind of universally, for all the scans in there, change your price range, your relative volume if you want, your minimum volume, your option contract, number of contracts. Okay. These are the filters that are in all 4 of the scans. Remember, there are 4 scans in here. Moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%, 150, and moving down 300 and 150. You don't have to have them all checked. If you don't want to see stocks moving down, you can just uncheck these 2. And why I have 150 and then 300, just maybe to catch something a little bit earlier rather than waiting for it to be 3 times normal. Start off with the 1.5 times normal. Okay, it's up to you though. ONDS. Okay. Amen. Amen. Amen has been talking about ONDS. A little pop here. Announced investment of at least $50 million. So this could have been the crazy one. I mean, it's still crazy, the GGTC instead of the ELOCs. You know, I was sort of torn between the two of them. Oh, God, why am I muted? Thank you, Pepe. So did I welcome Guillermo? I can't remember if I welcomed Guillermo into the room. Okay, welcome Guillermo, if I'm pronouncing your name right. Glad to see you finally got into the room. So talking about the CRBU, somebody in our YouTube room mentioned it earlier about taking out the V-WAP 684, and it did. And so this had news a few days ago. Pfizer put $25 million into them, and that popped the stock. This was on July the 6th. Had a nice, great follow through day. Yesterday, it looked like it was going to rip even higher. Bit of a sell off, but it looks like it's. See if it takes out 749, which was the high of 2 days ago, and see if it takes that out, and then has an attempt to get up to that 782 mark. Yeah, definitely a great day for the halts resumes, guys. We're getting, some days it's pretty light, but not today. Oh, I'm sure there have been people trading PWM. I know there have been. I haven't. PWM. I mean, I actually have an alert set for the high yesterday, which is around $31. IPO'd, let's see, 3 days ago. Not a lot of fanfare. I mean, it hardly got above the IPO price. It closed at 549, but look at this. The next few days exploded. China, I think it's China. Yeah, it's a China stock. Is ATVA a good short scalp, in my opinion? Well, all about the news, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, first of all, if it took out that high of 88, what do you mean by a scalp, by the way? Like, what is your definition? If you got into this right now, 87.47, where would it have to get to before you thought it was a good scalp? I mean, the low here is 87.20. I mean, on an $87 stock, I mean, what are you trying to make? $1 or $2? See, I thought they had a 14 days to really appeal this. I mean, Microsoft can close a $75 billion acquisition, et cetera, et cetera. But I thought I also read that FTC had 14 days to appeal this. Can appeal the ruling, although that is uncommon for the agency, okay? It can continue with its challenge to block the deal. It's going to announce its next steps in the coming days. So I don't know. I mean, it's pretty emotional right now. See, if I were going to short this, for me, it would have to take out 86, 82. It would have to get to the low of the not like ignoring the bottoming tails, but the body of those two candles for me. But this is way out of the price range I normally look at. But That's if I were looking at this and said, well, where would I want to short this? It would probably have to hit 86.82. Okay, well, SDIG. I don't think SDIG is shortable for me. I was looking at this one. I have a thumbnail, and it is shortable for me, but it's too late now. Yeah, 49,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Too late now for me to do it, I think. Tandem FDA clearance on insulin pump. Okay, let's take a look at Tandem. Don't see it anywhere. Wow, there's the PRFX. I guess it just opened. PRFX just opened. I mean, this is a crazy one too, guys. I mean, we've got really two crazy ones with the ELOCs and this PRFX. I just don't see any news on this one. Now, these ELOCs had the semblance of news with that 50 and $55 price target put on it. Look at my 10-day daily breakout has been performing. Look at that. PFRX 975, 1015, 1095 now. Maybe due for another halt. Nothing in the breakdown. That's 2 days in a row. Wow. I mean, this is, what's maybe happening too is that those who missed out on ELOCs or people taking profit in ELOCs now are putting it into this one. Anyway, let me take a look at TNDM. TNDM. Yeah, nice move. I mean, great move. You close your eyes and hit the buy button. I'm kidding, of course, but wasn't even looking at that. Well, sometimes the spread doesn't matter. Now, let me take a look at that spread right now, PFRX. Or PRFX, sorry. That just got halted again, right? So what was the spread before? I mean, sometimes, when something is moving like this, I mean, was the spread 20 cents, 30 cents, 15 cents, 20 or 30? In a situation like this, it won't matter as much, obviously, because if you're going to get into something like this, you're anticipating a $1 or $2 move. Yeah, close your eyes and hit the buy button. Anyway, let me get back to that tandem, TNDM, and see where could this go. So the next high looking left is 3104. So it's got some room on the weekly chart anyway. And that probably is the same on the daily. Yeah, 3104 is the next high on the daily and the weekly. So it's got some room. And that news hit, I don't know what exactly. Actually, that was pre-market even. 925, 919. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. Didn't really move that much in the pre-market on that news. But that was the news. But look at the pre-market. I mean, it really didn't do anything. You know what's been moving down though is this CENX, CENX. This has had the downgrade. Oops, sorry, I'm up to the top here. Here we go. Well, there's your tandem. There is your tandem. Is that why you saw it? Amen. Because I do see it hit here at 28, at 1122, 2864. It doesn't trade very much in terms of options. It was only 709. It's up now, 1130. So there was the alert, 2864, 1122, the time. Look at the red fin. I don't think it's really moved that much. Yeah, 14. Well, what am I talking about? 1401, almost $1 now. So again, you might say, well, great, but how do I know which one to trade out of all this? Well, there's no hard and fast rule, of course, but that's why I'm always looking left. Always looking left. I mean, if there's room for a stock to keep moving before it hits the next high, that for me becomes something tradable for my plan. Now, Michael will be in the YouTube room. He says he's going to be just around noon. He's doing something else that takes about half an hour. He's in another session that's supposed to end at noon, but you will hear him talk constantly about a trading plan. Okay. So okay, guys. Oh, PWM just took out the high. Now it's a high, all-time high. Well, all time. I mean, it's only traded this is fourth day of trading. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could happen, but they did say that it rarely do they do it. FTC could try to appeal, but they did say in that whatever I read said they rarely do that, but they're not happy. Now, this is a extremely volatile one, okay, guys? The PWM, 3 million in the float. It only launched last week. This the fourth day of trading. All right, guys. Looks like ELOX is. I'm out of all my ELOX now. Okay, I didn't have very much left. It was just hold on in case it did something really crazy. So I'm out of all the ELOCs now. Now the next level for ELOCs would be the 8 level. Sorry, around 777 or so. That is the V-WAP. So the key thing, will the V-WAP hold it? So anyway, Michael will nag you about having a trading plan. People will say, well, is this a good trade? Is this a good trade? Is this a good trade? And you'll say, well, first of all, what's your trading plan? Why would you take that trade in the first place? Does it meet all your criteria? You have to have some kind of a checklist, and your checklist can be just, starting off with, okay, this is a price range I like to trade. This is a minimum volume that I have to see. This is maybe a relative volume that I have to see. Okay, just, starting off just even like that. And then, do I like to play pullbacks? Do I want it to pull back to a moving average or to a VWAP? If you don't know, you might say, well, I'm new to trading. How do I know what I like? Well, that's why you've got to practice different types of things. Trading is not easy. It is not simply, buying trade ideas and then getting these alerts and just trading them. I'd love to say that, but it is not like that. There you go. E-Trade has shorts for PWM, and yet Interactive Broker does not. Interesting. But you first, William. You first. Well, you have to have, okay, so Lucas says, I think someone can have a rough idea of a plan when entering a trade, but it doesn't have to be extensive with lots of rules. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I basically, I have my checklist, but a checklist should not be made up of 50 different things that have to happen, of course. Otherwise, you'll never get a trade. I mean, there are some people that say, well, my MACD has to be this, my RSI have to be this, the stochastics has to be this, I'm using Ichimoku, that has to be this, on and on and on. So you might have 50 things and you'll never take a trade. So it has to be reasonable, though. You just can't. I mean, you have to have a reason for taking a trade, though. It can't just be, well, you know what, I like this one, I think I'll take this trade. But the main rule though you have to have a stop. You have your stop then, your stop, looking left for me anyway, because I'm normally in things that are near the high or the low of the day. So when I look left, something's near the high of the day. I'm looking left to see where it could go, before it hits before it hits the next high. So that tells me, okay, yeah, maybe it's a good idea to take this one, but where am I going to put my stop if I take this trade? And then my stop is, determined how, maybe on a 15-minute chart where I think there's some support. So let's just say, for argument's sake, that I look at it, I looked at something and I said, okay, this is where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work, though. And say the stop is 30 cents away below the current price. If I'm looking left and I see the next high 10 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 30 cents to try to make 10 cents. For me, it has to be at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I have determined that my stop is 30 cents away, based on how I trade, I'm looking at maybe support area on a 15-minute chart. So if I determine that my stop should be 30 cents away from where I get in, and I look left and I see the next high is $1 away, then it becomes a viable trade for me. Okay? That's how I trade. That's my trading style. It doesn't have to be yours, of course. So guys, it is 11:54. So first thing I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. Michael says he'll be very close to being in the room at noon. So I'll put the YouTube link in. Meanwhile, all I'm hearing is CDXS, guys. I'm afraid to look. Oh, it's not too bad. Okay, I was thinking that it really ripped from the original alert. 289 was the alert, so it hasn't really ripped from there. So again, would I take the trade? No. Why? Because I look left, and to me, it's got to get through 3, which can be psychological, and you can see right there, 293 is a high, and then after that is 307. If it can get through that, then the next high is 331. That makes it a little more palatable. Yeah, no question, Luca. Your question. No, I'm glad you didn't take the short. That's why I said what I said is that, well, if I had to take this short for ATVI, I would want it to be below, the bodies of those 2 candles right there. That's why I put a price alert there, just to see what would happen. Didn't trigger. So, I mean, if I was a person that said, you know what, I'd really like to take this ATVI short, where would I think I should take it? So I said, okay, the low of these candles right there, the bodies of those candles, didn't happen. Didn't anticipate that it would happen. And look what happened afterwards. What a pop. And Real even gracing us with his presence. Look at this market, guys. Wow, what a move. So, Luca, had you taken that, if you were looking for $1 on a scalp, then that meant that your stop would have been 50 cents, right? Risking 50 to make $1. Now, on something got ATVI, that's a pretty tight stop. That would have been a very tight stop. Now, I'm for me, 1 for 2 is the minimum, risk reward. Some will say 1 for 3, and that's completely up to you. It all depends on your trading style, as always. Markets up on the AVGO news. I guess you're kidding, Marvin. Ah, boy, Michael, that's early. Give me a moment, okay, Michael?
Sure.
I hear that. I just heard the ping. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room right now. Let me get my announcement in. So I'm on a break. I'm back. Can you go to 1 o'clock, Michael, or do you have to leave early?
No, all good.
Okay, 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, so I'm on my break. I put the YouTube link in. So Michael is there now. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. Michael, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing well.
Thanks. I can't. Your mic is a little bit low. I don't know if that's just on my end or.
I don't know. Oh,
normally you're a little higher.
Okay. Well.
And you sound a little tinny or something.
I see what's happening. Boom. There. Is that better?
There you go. There's that mellifluous tone that I'm used to.
How do I turn off? There we go. It was picking up my webcam mic. So.
Aha. Okay. Yeah. Now you're back to normal.
So I just have to present. Yeah. I kept telling you that I was going to be a little late, but everything wrapped up. I was just on a live stream with Michael Guyad, who's a fellow stock nerd like us.
A fellow stock nerd. So he gets into the statistics like you?
Yeah, he's got some systematic strategy. He owns a couple ETFs does some cool stuff there.
Oh, really? He
Yeah,
owns them. He owns them.
Well, he runs them or whatever.
Right.
He's the manager. Few.
Okay.
So there's someone knows him, but yeah, he's a. Well, I like him. He's a decisive. Some people love him, some people hate him, but I like him. But yeah, so it's just a cool little, it's a great little chat.
Okay.
So I thought it was going to be later than that, but I guess he had something to go to too. So we're all good.
Yeah. Okay. So I've prepped them to be nagged at, okay, about a trading plan. So
Good.
nag away.
I'll just get started with that. I'm not going to answer any questions. I'm just going to yell about trading plans.
Okay. Okay, Michael, we'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah, have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am just getting everything set up here. Making sure everything's all good, and it seems to be. Stream. Okay, so thanks everyone for coming by. Again, if you're new here, what we do every day around this time, we give Barry some much needed time off. We open up to questions, and sorry, my speech. I ruined my speech, but yeah. So one of the things that, and this is just something that Trade Ideas does that I love, where we have, we hire traders. Right? Most people you'll see front and center. They trade their own accounts. In some respect, right? I'm more of a swing trader. Barry's a day trader. All that kind of different. So everyone does things differently, but we all trade. We all look at the market. So what we like to do is we like to open up some live Q&A, because we know that both trading and the software that we built is complicated, right? We can't build a very powerful software that you can do all this cool stuff with and then also make it incredibly simple. So we are here to help you guys out with whatever questions that you have for the next hour. So I have nothing prepared. So if you guys don't ask question, ask away, right? Because I think it's a great opportunity that you guys get for just to make sure that everything that it is that you guys want to see is being covered here, right? So Michael rants about the stock market crash. Yeah, well, again, he's a lot of what Michael does is for entertainment purposes, right? He has systems that he follows, and he gives his own opinion on stuff. But you gotta, it's a lot of it's like hyperbole, right? It's for fun, it's for jest. He's not trading off of any of these recommendations himself. He has a system that he has to, by law now. As soon as it's an ETF, you have to follow your system in your prospectus by law, or you go to jail. So again, a lot of this is just people making jokes and memes on the internet. Like interactive brokers so just FYI, we don't allow auto trading with the AI, but you can link to it, and then you can click on the AI trades that I haven't even looked at it today. We've had one. Is there just one today? Two today. And you can go and just click on them and have them trade it. Now, ideally, you have been paper trading first, right? Don't obviously just pop something in with real money and have a go at it right away. That's wild if you're doing that. That's pretty crazy. So make sure you are not doing that, and you have paper traded, and you have some sort of plan on how to trade around Holly and what to do in different circumstances. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you, and I'm looking for a nice little setup video. There is a couple things you'll need on interactive broker side. You'll need data. From them, you'll need, there we go. So here's the setup. We'll go, and then I'll paste this in here. So I would check out this video, and this will walk you through kind of step by step how to do it. Make sure that you're, again, that you have a plan, that you've tested it, that you've traded in paper. Please, 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 right? So many people are so excited just to dive into something and go wild with it, and then they don't have a plan. They don't know what they're up to, and you get an issue, right? Trade with paper. So we have paper trading is basically just another name for simulated trading. So within the system, we have what we call Brokerage Plus, and this will be that module and the video that I put just right above your comment. We'll talk a lot about it. But this is how you're going to trade through interactive brokers, right? You'll go up to brokers and then you'll connect to interactive brokers, but there's some things you have to do on the interactive broker side first. So I would, make sure that you watch that first. But this is how we would paper trade. So basically, Trade Ideas gives you $100,000 of fake money. You can set it up. Again, the video will walk it through, but you can start trading through here just right away as soon as you launch the system. So let me go through and look at what Holly did today, and maybe we'll put on a sample trade. And again, the beauty of this is that you're not risking your money. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing, didn't I? I did. Clicked on this. Right. So you'll see these buy sell buttons, and they should be highlighted right away when you open the system on Trade Ideas, and just say, hey, click on it, and you do here's your trade. How do I want to trade this? Right. So this is ARCW 15-minute chart. Right. Here's the daily chart on the bottom for ARCW. Everything's looking good here. Everything's looking bullish. We got a little bit of a consolidation right here. So maybe I'll just take ARC above 63. So I can just click on the chart and go like this. And what will happen is it puts it through this fake account based off whatever size you want, which should be what you're trading with your real account. Should be the same size you're going to trade, the same risk you're going to trade, right? Trade it as if it's real money, and only then go to real money after you're profitable, right? Because there's an old saying that if you can't make money on the sim, you can't make money in real life, right? It's way easier to make it on the sim, that's for sure. You do everything right with paper and less than half of everything right with real. Yeah. I would argue that if you took most people who are seriously paper trading, you take what they're making, and then you take a big cut off of it, and that's what they're going to make when it's real money, because you have more emotions involved and things happening at the heat of the money and all that kind of stuff, right? Historically, what has been Holly's growth? So again, Holly is a trade recommendation engine, right? It is, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to recommend you trades based off statistics that I've run. We don't anymore publish the overall returns because we don't want people just to blindly follow a system, because what we found is that anyone who blindly follows a system is going to inevitably lose, and we don't want that for our clients, right? Anybody who thinks that they can just kind of walk into trading and make a go at it and be really, really successful without without any work or plan development or anything like that is, again, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're doing it wrong. It doesn't help us as a business to try to, some people will go out there and do that and say, hey, and rich True. This is very here. If you can do it, it's super cool, but it's work, right? So you have to learn how to do it. So Holly, I will say, historically over time makes money. The question is, with you at the helm, are you going to do well, or are you not going to do well, right? So that's what you should be focused on more than does Holly do well, right? Is it, do I do well, right? Um, and then if not, how can I get better? So, right, we won't ever be the, yeah, you just do this, do that, and here's your Lambo, right? Click this, click that, and then drive your Lambo away and have a good time. It's just, we wish, obviously, it worked like that, but it obviously doesn't. Sorry, I'm scrolling up just because I missed one. I love this channel. I love TI, but is there any thought in adding more focusing on scalping? Oh no, I'm breaking up. Hold on. Do I sound better now? I just switched my mic off and on. If in doubt, turn it off, turn it back on. Okay, now what was cutting it? Yeah, I turned it off and on. So yeah, so the question focusing more on scalping. Pure scalping is very, very hard to do in real time, and it's very, very hard to teach. It's very, very if you want to get good at scalping, then you certainly, I'm not going to deter you too much on it, but just know that's the realm of the HFT, and you're competing with the HFTs. So we don't, you know, as much as I joke with Barry's probably the shortest term trader that we have here, and he doesn't even really scalp anymore. So right, again, I would be very, very cautious when it comes to uh, going down that road. Now, what I will say is that it if you're going to look at scalping, the kind of scans and that kind of stuff, we have those for you. What I would do is I would focus on channels like the explosive winners, right? Because for those who don't know, I always feel like I should just kind of bring everything back. Is scalping is a form of trading in which you're very, very quick. You're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, and in a very, very quick fashion. The benefits of that is that you can turn around and you can turn over profit quickly. The downside of that is that you're competing with these algos, you're competing with the HFTs. The longer out in time you go, the less that any of this stuff kind of matters for you, right? Because algos and HFTs, they're scalping with you. They're trying to buy at 1 penny and sell at the next penny, and just make a buck here or there. So a lot of people just kind of avoid playing on those levels. But if you're looking at this explosive winners channel, everything on this channel is going to be a great scalping candidate, right? Because what you need when you're scalping is you need a lot of volume and you need a lot of momentum, right? Because your goal when you're scalping is you're buying something and you're flipping it out 10, maybe 5 cents later. So maybe you take a scan like this and then you just say, hey, I want it to be doing like 2-3 million shares of volume today, to make sure that you have that volume. Because whereas someone like me, who is more of a swing trader, I don't really care too much about spreads because I'm holding things for days or weeks. Uh, for example, Mara, I entered last time that I was here live, and I'm still in it. I'm still in the full position. And I think last time I was here live was 2 weeks ago. Sorry, I'm just opening up. I have completely crushed my computer this morning and it's very, very angry at me. So I'm just opening up something that should alleviate that. Um, but that's really all there is to scalping. What I will say is that if you're going to be a scalper, your system should be fairly simple, right? It's I'm looking for a range break on something with good momentum that is present. So I'm gonna have to stop for a second and then present screen share. For any of the nerds out there, basically I have parallels and then I have AWS. And the benefit of AWS is that it's offloading the processing to another. It's not my computer, right? I'm paying $200 a month to have someone else deal with my processing. And when I'm streaming and I've got a video rendering in the background and stuff, it can chug my computer. Might be time to upgrade. I currently have the M1 uh, Mac Mac Mini, I think it is, and it might be time to upgrade that something a little crazier. But let's just look at some scalping examples, right? So a scalper would take. Let's do the Epic pen. A scalper would be on like a 2-minute chart like this, and they're in and out. They're looking for breaks and they're looking for momentum breaks, and they're just looking to get, maybe a break of 46 here, and they're probably out, a couple minutes later, right? Maybe they see this big volume bar getting broken, and then they're out a couple minutes later. That's for people who don't know. That's scalping as it happens, right? You're just in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. It should be a fairly simple strategy, which should be uh, you're looking for a trend, you're looking for high relative volume, right? So I would take something like relative volume here and say it has to be like at least 2, right? Because the one thing that can really, really hurt scalpers is if you're just kind of playing around. If your stock's not doing anything, that would be the big thing to hurt scalper. Like, this is a swing that I'm in, but it's probably not something I would scalp. Tesla, things like this. But you want high relative volume, which is where that explosive winners channel I think is a really good one. But what I will say is the hard part of scalping is the mental side of things. So once you have a nice scan and trade ideas, it's saying, hey, this is something that's moving and it's got relatively high volume. And you have on paper what I look for, which, could be like a big volume bar or a big price bar, like sometimes call them elephant bars, or like really wide range bars, something that shows the momentum's in there. Everything else, it becomes more emotional. So this is what I always say is that if you're someone with very good emotional, like, the shorter you are in time trading, the higher emotional control and ability to focus and patience and all of that stuff is required. The longer you go out in time, the less those things are required, right? And I say this because for myself, um, I know that I'm not good at that side of things, right? I am not good in the moment, in the heat of the battle, clicking buttons and making trades. I did it, and for those who don't know, that's actually where I started at a prop firm, scalping for them. This was before HFTs and everything. And when I was younger, I did it okay. Um, Now, as an older man, I'm more better at sitting and waiting and doing my analysis when the market's closed at night. and then kind of dealing with it from there. So I just start. So yeah, your time frame should have to do with how much time do you have to focus? Because if you're scalping, you have to be focused on the market, like you just unblinking, like get a catheter in, whatever it takes. You have to be focused on the market because you're in and out in seconds. So your margin for error is much lower. But again, you can turn over your profits way quicker. Uh, so I guess to summarize this long rant, if I was to focus on scalping, my strategy would be very, very simple. I wouldn't be here at 1, right? I'd be in and out maybe in the first half hour of the day. My scans would be just probably the explosive races channel, that kind of stuff. I might put in a higher volume and just say, hey, I want right. So I would have, because I just want to see the stuff that's going crazy, right? I just want to, because a scalper, you're in and then you're out, and then you're in and then you're out. This thing's just halting to death. So I don't think this would be a good one. That's another. But like this thing in the morning, you're taking a break of $6, and then you're in, and then you're probably out at 650, and you kind of move from there. But yeah, just like you're saying, it feels nice to have the profits quick, but again, that's all personality based. That's why I won't discourage anyone from doing it. You just need to know what you're getting into. The strategy should be simple. I really think just a race like this, something very, very basic, because the more complex you make your strategy, the more time it takes to think through the strategy, right? If your trading checklist has 15 items in it, then that's way too much for scalping. Scalping should be, are you in the right time of the day? Is the thing doing a good relative volume? Is it breaking a clear level of support and resistance? Where's your stop? Where's your profit target? Move on to the next one. It has to be really, really, really quick. So I would keep a scalping checklist down to like 3 items max, which is what I think. I don't use the races very much because I'm a swing trader, but this is where that kind of stuff would really, really shine, because you're just in, out, get me in, get me out, right? I'm just trying to see if there's like something that's setting up now that we could talk about. But yeah, I would probably take this and I'd probably say, give me a couple million shares done today and then go from there. I don't think it's a bad time of day for it. That's why I'm using examples. And that's the other thing too, is that your scalping needs to be concentrated at a time of day. It has to be, this is when I trade. Scalping is too much stress for me. Yeah. Again, and I did it when I was young. So, and again, before there was HFTs, we were kind of the HFTs, and I would do like 250, 300 trades a day. Like, it was absolutely wild. You can do it. Which one do you like better? I don't know if I think that question came up when I was talking about AWS versus parallels. If it's not, just Luca, sorry, just re-ask that question. But I like AWS better. And the reason for it is that, again, it's offloading. You saw how kind of sluggish parallels was, because for me, I'm streaming, I've got a video rendering in the background, I've got some math being run there. I got a whole lot of stuff in the background. So I like AWS. You got to pay, $200 a month for it. So it is what it is, right? It's a tax write-off, but everything's hosted in the cloud. So this isn't, right? This computer's in, I don't know, Wyoming or something like that. And then when I'm done here with you guys, I'm going to go grab my laptop and probably get out of my office for a few seconds. And then the beauty of it is I can just log onto this from my laptop and everything moves with me. So again, just really offloads a lot of that processing power, which I like. So if the monthly cost is fine with you, then I would say not even AWS is one I hear, and I'm just an old curmudgeon, so I'm not moving. But I hear that it's called Windows 365. I hear that's a much user friendlier option. It's about the same price, and it's basically a cloud computer of Windows. The only thing to make sure when you're picking out a cloud computer is that it's located near where you are, right? That it's located geographically, right? Because the only lag on this thing will be if I do a speed test on this, they're wild. But the only lag on this is, my internet to and speed test is my internet to this thing, right? So this will get a gig up, a gig down, because it's just sitting in a server somewhere. Now, another benefit of AWS is that's where Trade Ideas stuff is hosted, is in AWS. So you're going to get a real quick connection to Trade Ideas, right? But if this would still have 700 up, 700 down. If it was, but if I located this, I'm in the east coast of Canada. If I located this one in like California, it would be way slower to me because every time I click, it's got to send a signal over to California and back, right? So just make sure you locate it. But if you're fine with the monthly cost is the big thing, right? Parallels, the benefit is that you pay for it and then you're good to go. But I don't know, even with that, you got to upgrade every now and then. So yeah, for me, I would rather, and you probably don't need the $200 one. I think they get as low as like $50 a month. So, another Holly question: everything connected to IB was working last week. This week, no trades executed. They show up. You'll have to go into support for that. I would just make sure the one thing that causes a problem often with IBKR and Trade Ideas, again, which we don't recommend auto trading. I could say we do not recommend auto trading the AI. It needs a human being to co-pilot with it. Is to make sure your data feeds through IB are okay. That's usually the thing that breaks it. And you can just call IB and say, do I have level 2 data for everything like that, right? So I like to hop on high volume stuff in and out with 5K. Woo. Yeah. So discipline would be the huge thing. If you're trading, that large and that quickly, you just have to have that mental ability, right? Getting caught with a deer in the headlights one time could just, right, ruin not only, like I was going to say, a day, but it could ruin an account, right? So you have to be very, 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 very quick, right? And very, very patient. Yeah, so it's mentally more burdening because with me with swing trading, I sit down at the close, I punch in my trades, I get out of my trades. It's much easier to detach myself mentally from what's going on, right? So, what are Holly's strategies for down? Well, Holly's day trading, so it's got some long strategies, some short. It's got, I think, 35 strategies right now in it. So there's tons of strategies for down markets, but it's a day trader only. So it's just in and out that day. So it really doesn't, because it's a day trader only, it's the market, up market or down market doesn't really matter that much, right? Because when you're intraday trading, you're more focusing on what's the market doing today, not what's the market doing overall, right? When you're swing trading or you're investing a little bit longer, then you have to be a little bit more, oh, what's the market doing? Are we in a bull market or a bear market? But when you're day trading, you're just in and out in minutes. So it matters way less, I guess. M. Stop doing here. Use AWS. I've been using the web version. Yeah, we are rebuilding, we are reimagining the web version from the ground up to streamline it and to make it more efficient, and it will have more functionality in it than currently. But I would say yes. The downloaded version right now gets way more functionality than the web. So I would highly recommend, if you have a Windows machine at all, that you can get the web version from that. Yeah, so we are the web version we are building will not look at all like the web version that we have right now. It will be a completely different monster entirely. Tesla's breaking down on the little breakdown here on Tesla. I've been watching this thing to see if it. Again, I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. To see if it's going to do a little bit of a gap fill, and then what's going to happen after the gap fill, right? So the gap fill would be maybe another point or so down. That's also the 20-period moving average. So we'll see what's going on from there. Honestly, I've got my account big enough that I'd love to get a place where I feel comfortable having a few trades going while I scalp. I would like. I got to stay away from using the word recommend, because right, we don't recommend anything. We just sell the software. But I always think, I always argue for the point of not diversification via asset, but diversification via strategy, which is essentially what you're talking about there, where you would have some swing trades and some day trades. And I always really think, for myself, strategy diversification trumps trumps asset diversification, I guess is a way to put it. Where asset diversification is essentially, I'm gonna own a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of the other thing. The reason why I think it can be an issue is that in crashes, everything becomes correlated. There's just massive correlation across the board. So when the market crashes, your diversification doesn't do too much, but strategy diversification really, really helps. So, for example, my long-term trend following strategies didn't work phenomenally last year. They're working amazingly now, more than making up for last year. But the quicker strategies, I don't want to say day trading because I don't do a lot of that, but things that were in and out within a couple days, those did way better. So I'm glad I had those to kind of keep the account positive and things moving in the right direction. But now that the market is just being awesome for swing traders, then obviously the other strategy isn't doing as well, but it's still doing fine. But it just means I can really push on the swing trading one. Because last time I was here with you guys, stuff like this, I talked about Mara. I actually entered it live when I was talking to you guys. Now I only know that it's like 1069 because I'm a child, but that was my entry price, and I'm still in the full position because there was no reason to there's no reason to exit this thing, and it's up 70% basically from my entry. It's like, um it's the environment for it, and that environment may not last forever. It may not last any longer, right? We could just fall apart here tomorrow, but so far that's why I think strategy diversification makes sense. And for day trading, if there's a lot of little tiny days on the market and there's not a lot of volume and that kind of stuff, day trading can become more difficult. But sometimes in swing trading, in that environment can work out. The web version looks like Windows 98. Yeah, we are. I have access to it, so we are definitely getting there on a complete reimagining of the web version, but also kind of a complete reimagining of trade ideas as a whole. And this web version works on iPhones and iPads and anything very, very well. I found myself on the weekend for the first time, and I've been using trade ideas since 2006. I found myself for the first time just sitting on my phone. I think I was waiting at the grocery store parking lot or something, and just scrolling through stocks and reading about them and looking at the charts and stuff using trade ideas, which was really, really cool. I will say one thing. Thank you very much for having this channel. Barry's voice, having Canadian. Yeah. This channel and Barry does an amazing job at it. And this channel is something that is a really, really special, I think, that Trade Ideas does. It's not easy to have between Barry and us that come on to have content for 8 hours a day every day. And again, I couldn't do it what Barry does. And I think it's really cool, and it's an amazing support for people who want to learn. Like the people who don't want to learn to trade the people who just want to plug in a system and move on with their lives and just make a lot of money without doing anything, those people will not be in the game for very long. It's unfortunate. Some of those people will go, okay, I still want to do this, but I realize that this is not the way to do this. And hopefully they'll learn and they'll start to realize that this is a business and they have to treat it like such. And those people will have this resource. So we always have this resource going on as well. So it's really something that's amazingly cool that I think that we do at Trade Ideas that not a lot of people do. Not a lot of other companies do, where it's not just, hey, we're going to show you our product and ask you to buy it. We're just here giving support and talking about the market all day. And that's what I do. Like the Michael Guyad thing that I was on before this, we were just shooting shit about the market. I have Wealth 365 presentation that I'm doing on Thursday, where I'll just be talking about a anchored VWAP concept. Right? We give so much free content out there that we basically want to be for the people who want to learn. Sadly, there's nothing we can do with the people who don't. But for the people who want to learn, we want to make sure there's ample resources that we can give you in order to do it, which again is an advantage that we have at Trade Ideas by hiring people who trade. If everyone was just a software developer at Trade Ideas, it probably wouldn't be that good of a software because it wouldn't be built by people who are trading. But B, you wouldn't have any content to talk about. And then the diversity of traders, I think, is huge, right? Barry's a day trader. I'm a longer term swing trader. And I would say Andy's a little bit more revision to the mean. And Steve's a little bit shorter term. We have these kind of varying styles because it's more important that the person gravitates to the style that makes sense to them than tries to take a style and copy it, right? There's a million different ways to skin this cat. And this is something I highly recommend, is find the way that makes the most sense to you and go after that way. Right. Would you take a profit today of some swing trades with CPI? Again, I avoid that. I don't care about the news. I avoid it entirely. Right. I just look at price, and that for right or for wrong, but I don't really care about CPI tomorrow. If it's going to move the market, it's one of those things. It's like, so CPI is going to be a big deal, I'm sure, because everyone cares about inflation. But I have no way to predict whether it's going to push the market up or whether it's going to push the market down. You're saying take some off. That's prudent if you're worried about it, right? It's always prudent to reduce risk based off a number. But I look at it as there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to rocket all of my swing trades, and a 50-50 chance it's going to make them pull back a bit, right? So if Mara gets back under 15, I'm going to be out. It means I was up 70 something percent and I'll be up 50%, but that's fine. I'm more of a trailing stop guy, which is always unsatisfying to trail stops like this, because you'll never get the reason that I believe that people want to do profit targets is because then they're exiting when their profits at a high. I trail stops because I don't know where the top of Mara is going to be. This thing's, 70% gain in like 2-3 weeks. It's amazing. I don't know how high this is going to go. So when it starts to pull back, I'll get out some. And that's the way I look at it. And then when it comes to news, I just avoid it. Now, if Mara was having earnings tomorrow or a very specific stock event, I would probably get out of that. Or at least take some off the table. Very, very stock specific, but I have no idea. So say CPI comes out and inflation comes out really, really hot. I have no idea what that will do to the market. If it comes out really, really cold, I have no idea what that will do to the market. So for me, I'm a systematic trader. You see all these things. I have notes for all of these, right? RNG was an V-WAP swing from low. So this is a trade that I'm in. And if you anchor the V-WAP right to the low here, right, it bounced, and then it came back in, and then it bounced. So this is the play. My stop loss was under this anchored V-WAP. I'll be out if there's some sort of signal it's reversing, right? And I intentionally shut out a lot. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Threads, I'm on TikTok, I have my own YouTube channel. I'm on all of these social medias, but I'm very intentionally avoiding them until my research for the day is done, just because I don't want to be tainted by other people. So I shut out as much as I can, which I think is actually a harder skill than trying to, guess what's it called? CPI is going to do tomorrow, to be honest. Do I trade any Canadian stocks? No. I have some passive investments in the TSX as a Canadian, but any good Canadian company you can usually find on the US market as an ADR anyway, unless you want to like speculate on like some of the TSX venture stocks for you Yankees. That's kind of like our, I don't know, what do you call that? Like pink sheets, but it's actually like a registered exchange. It's where the really, really tiny companies in Canada works. But the bigger guys, they're all going to be in America's ADR. So when it's trading, I'm always focused in America. But I always have some investments in Canada just to make sure, right? Would Beyond Week, BYND, Beyond Meat, would that be a good pullback by here? I don't. Well, so now we're talking day trading stuff because there's no pullback on the daily chart. Day trading, I have no idea. I don't. Again, I'm not I don't day trade because I am not a good. I am not a good day trader, which is, very important when you're trading. You have to know what it is that you're good at, right? And what you're bad at, and you have to have a plan for those things. For me, I'm bad at day trading, so I just look at everything on a daily chart. Yeah, 15-minute. I don't. That's still. I will look. My time frame is daily charts and weekly charts. This is just a 2-minute because I was just talking about scalping there. But usually, what I have, like, this is the setup. This is the main setup that I use for my trading. Right, I've got TI strength right here, which is relative strength algorithm. This algorithm outperforms the market over time. Again, we don't suggest you blindly follow it. But if you pick names from here, you're going to do better than the overall market on average, assuming that you have a plan and you're trading them correctly. I've got my price alerts, right? Which is, these are just what I'm watching. So these are the 4 names I'm watching today. So I am TX. I want to see a close over 12. CBay, basically I'm looking at this because it's pulling back to the anchored V-WAP from before the gap. So this to me is a swing trading pullback I'm interested in. SWBI, which is basically right, just a wedge. So this was earnings date, and now we have this kind of wedge going on. And ACAD, this was a TI strength play, and same kind of thing. We have this wedge going on. So if we can break out of here, and that's pretty much all I do. So with the Market Explorer, you can go through tons of different scans here. We have our anchored VWAP product, which is something I grab a lot from. I love the anchored VWAP from large gaps. Let's see if there's anything going on here. ABC, what a ticker. What this is looking for, it's kind of slow right now. It really, really picks up during earnings season. This might be a buyout, but this is kind of the idea, is that you're looking for a gap to occur. You see how it's drawing in the VWAP for you. Then I'm looking for a pullback to that VWAP, and then I take a bounce off of that, right? So here is ARLO, had some sort of positive news catalyst. Don't know what it is. Don't really care. Pushed up, came back, tagged. The purple line is the anchored VWAP. The system's just drawing that for me. If it buys from here, then if it pops from there, that's where I'm going to buy some, and we can push up from there. That's the idea, and then I have setups for all these. So when I set a price alert, I also have a little description behind it, so I know not only what it is that I'm looking for, but what the price is and what the setup is, right? So if this MongoDB can get over 400, I like the look of this one. So I can just put in a note here, right? So I've set a price alert for just under 400, and I name all of my plays. So AVWAP from Gap, that's the name of the play. You can see the purple line here. It came back. I actually bought this one before as it went through 400, and it got a nice little pop right away. And when it pulled back, I stopped out of it. And now it pulled back. It touched that anchored VWAP again to the tick. Then looks like it's bouncing off it today. So if this can continue, again, that's a play that I want to take. So that's how I go through it. So it's between that main one, and then a lot of it's from TI Strength, because it's an algorithm that I know if I look at these ones, it outperforms the market. So like Adobe, which isn't on there right now, was on there earlier today. ADBE. I took some of this one as it went through 500. And you can see on my price alerts, I actually had that set, right? I set that yesterday for it's 497.87, right? So I set it just under 500 because I wanted to know right before that happened. And as it broke through 500, I bought some. And that's another AVWAP from Gap Play. It's on TI Strength, but also the idea is you take this large gap that happened here, right? You anchor a VWAP. You can just use the anchor tool if you want to do it manually. Then you just anchor a VWAP from there, and you can see it hit that and start to push off it. So I know right where I'm wrong. If we close at kind of 477, it's time to go. If this thing can start to push, then that's an interesting one to me. So that's a lot of my thought process when it comes to these, is just right, have a number of setups, name those setups. For each of those setups, I have a checklist that says the stock has to be doing this, it has to be doing this, it has to be doing this. This is your trigger, this is your stop loss, away you go. Some of them are written down, maybe most of them are in my head. I suggest if you're a new trader, definitely write them all down so that before I take a trade, I go through that checklist. Right? Eventually it just becomes mental, but it's right. Is the stock in an uptrend? Yes. Is it breaking out of consolidation? Yes. Is there anchored VWAP support below? Yes. Right. A major obvious number to trade through. Yes, I think 500 is like just a solid number to trade through, right? So, like, okay, weekly trend, right? That's a check. Daily pattern to play through. That's a check, right? A V-WAP support from below. That's a check, right? And then little things like, is there enough volume to trade? Is it a company that's an actual company that isn't going to just, dilute its shares the second it pushes up, that kind of thing. But right, Adobe, you don't really need to do those checks because it's Adobe. But if you're playing more speculative ones, you certainly have to. Yeah, Yankees. That's what we call you guys up here. I tweeted out Happy Yankee Day right before July 4th, and nobody responded. I thought I may have offended some people. Pattern recognition capabilities. That is the next thing on my list for the Market Explorer. So the Market Explorer, you said you're on the web version, so you got to get on the downloaded one for this one, but it has all of these pre-made scans, and it gives me more ability to build things that can't be done in the normal system. So like MACD, if you're a MACD person, for example, so this is a MACD trend play. So let me remove the volume and I'll put on a MACD in case you're a MACD guy, right? So basically we're building in these plays, and with each of these, we have a little video attached for them. Right here, add it in. Right, so if we click AVDM, so basically what this is looking for, the MACD is just a momentum. It's called moving average convergence divergence, but it's basically a moving average crossover. And with this one, it's basically looking for the MACD to be in the positive trend zone, which just means the MACD to be above the 0 line and them crossing over. So the idea is that these are stocks that have been in uptrends for a period of time that are putting in a MACD trigger. And we have Bollinger Band ones. I really like this, the tightest Bollinger Bands in a year. You'll actually get a lot of, that looks like it might be a buyout, but you get kind of like a lot of bull flag looks on this one, because what it's looking for, if you're, let's remove these and we'll put on the Bollinger Bands. All right, and what it's doing is looking for the width of the Bollinger Bands to be the tightest that they've been in a year period. So we have all these plays that are built into that. Now, coming soon, I just have to build them, is going to be some pattern recognition stuff. Now, I will say it's going to take a little bit because pattern recognition is way harder. It's why you'll see a lot of people work with indicators, because pattern recognition becomes much, much harder than playing with indicators. Right? Playing with indicators is pretty easy, where you just go, hey, is this moving average above this one, or is the RSI doing this, or whatever. So we have a lot of that stuff. The pattern recognition stuff, I have some ideas to build it. It's just a little bit of a harder task because you're trying to take, pictures and turn it into math, essentially, right? But we have some pattern recognition that I already did with the bull flag, bear flag. I want to make these way better as well, right? These are a little bit, I did my best with them and they do okay, right? That's obviously a bull flag. That's obviously a bit of bull flag, but these will get better over time as well. It's one really awesome thing that I like about Trade Ideas is this Market Explorer, because it's just saying, hey, it's showing you, and we can do a lot in the back end. They're not, and the part of the beauty is for especially new traders, they're not user configurable, so you don't have to do anything. You just go to it, you click a button, and away you go. All right, and that's all there is to it. And then I would say TI strength is kind of the pinnacle of this, because it's not only all of that, but it's yes, you need the downloaded version for the Market Explorer. I hope with the new web version it will make it over, but yeah, you do need the downloaded for now. Yeah, and TI strength is one that's looking again, it's ranking all stocks in the market by a kind of proprietary score we have based off of a bunch of indicators. But without going too, crazy with that, all you need to know is these are going to be really strong names. Everything in here is going to be strong name, and investing or trading in strong names outperforms buying weak names over time, as proven by a whole bunch of white papers and academic studies and all that kind of stuff, right? Yankees are from the north of the U.S. Oh, there we go. I didn't know that. I learned something new about America. It's funny. I have worked for American companies my entire life, but I actually pretty hard avoid learning a lot about, especially your politics and stuff, because you all seem very, very mad down there. So I intentionally know nothing about who your leaders are or how your system works or anything, and I'm very happy for it.
Yes, Michael, I think if you called somebody in the South a Yankee, you may not escape. So
Uh-oh.
there you go. Okay. It's
Well, I'm going to
what they're
bring
called,
you
the New York Yankees. They're not called the Florida Yankees, or you never see a Yankee nickname down there. I don't think, anyway, from what I know about the United States of America.
well, if I do, I'm going to tell them that it was your idea.
My idea, yeah, right.
And give them your address and send them your way.
I guess I better get a post. I better get a PO box then instead of my. So I've been listening to you talk about pattern recognition at all.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a big pattern recognition guy at all. I'm such a simple trader, Michael. Show me new highs of the day, new lows of the day. I look left on a daily and a weekly, and do a quick look to see what the market's doing, and then act. That's it. That's it for me.
Well, and that's, you probably weren't here for the beginning, but I was doing a little bit of ranting about scalping and more high frequency trading, and that's basically what I said, is that the faster your trading is, the simpler it has to be, because there's just not the time to run. You don't, the way you trade, you don't have a time to check 50 different indicators and what's the MACD
No, not at
doing and
all.
what's this and what's that, because by the time you're done your analysis, the thing is already run,
It's
right?
gone. Yeah, it's gone.
So yeah, the faster your trade, the better. But yeah, for longer term stuff, and this is why I'll be focusing on daily to begin with, there is a lot of people that look for pattern recognition, but
Sure. Now, just before I
very, very
forget,
hard.
who asked the weeks? So show up tomorrow, okay? In the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I know you're in the YouTube room all day, but make sure you're around between 12 and 1, because Jamie is a scalper. He is the type of guy that's going to buy like you were talking about, buying 5,000 shares. He is the type of guy buying 5,000 shares and maybe only scrounging out 3 or 4 cents out of it. Okay. So show up tomorrow for sure. Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 tomorrow. Okay. He is definitely more of a scalper. As much as Michael likes to kid me, I'm not a scalper. Okay. I mean, I'm not a scalper. That is absolutely not my style of trading. But, but Jamie is way more like that. So you might want to just make sure you show up between 12 and 1 tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. And I highlighted that in the beginning too. I think one thing that I think is awesome is that of all of the people who trade here, that we all trade pretty much completely differently, right? I would say the most similar would be kind of the way you and Chris look at the market, but I think it's a huge advantage saying we all have different styles, because one thing, again, I've already said the stream, but I'll say it again: the best way to learn to trade is to explore different trading styles in paper. Please don't do it with real money. But eventually you will find one that just ticks with your personality, right? And the reason I'm so adamant about this is because I spent a long time after. So I spent some time scalping when I was in university, and then I left to work in the hedge fund business. Then I came back, and I immediately said, okay, I'm going to start doing that again. And of course, that didn't work. And then I spent a lot of time just trying to copy other people's trading styles. And it wasn't until I abandoned that and said, hey, I'm just going to do and keep looking for styles till something kind of spoke to me. That's when things started to kind of fall in line, because you're you can't force it. You can't say, oh, I want to trade like this person, because if that doesn't jive with the way your brain works, it's just not going to work.
No, exactly. And we say to people, when you're a new trader, you have to come up with a trading plan. But the problem is, well, if you can't really have a trading plan until you kind of know, just as you've been saying, what sort of trader you think you might want to be. You can't know that until you try different styles.
Exactly.
I didn't know I wanted to be a momentum trader. I had no idea. I didn't even know. I know I could define momentum in the dictionary, but I had no idea what it meant. Say, well, you're a momentum trader in the trades in the market. I wouldn't have known what that even meant. Okay, but it's not like I flipped on my computer one day, started trading, said I'm going to be a momentum trader. I had no idea. But just like you said, it suited my personality, kind of like the quicker action and all that, rather than trying to hold on to things for days and weeks to see if I can make some money doing it. It just didn't. It just sort of. But it didn't. But it was several years. It wasn't like a week, a month. It was probably several years before I finally said, you know what, this is what I like. Now let's try to find some scans that can kind of suit that style. And then you still got to practice. I mean, just because I say I want to play 15-minute opening range breaks because I keep reading that that's the way to do it. Well, let's try it. Let's see what happens if I put together some filters and my trigger is a 15-minute opening range break. Can I do that? I found I couldn't. I literally found I couldn't. I could not come up with anything that was going to consistently make money. So I abandoned it, and it was really that simple. I mean, but when I say simple, it wasn't overnight. It's the classic, you hear some of these rock groups talk. Yeah, we were overnight. What's the term they use? Help me, Michael.
Is it overnight success or? Oh no, the people go, I'm an overnight 30-year. I've been doing this for. Yeah, I know. Get the idea.
You know what I mean? I mean, people say, "Oh man, yeah, it took 10 or 20 years of being." Well, I'm going to exaggerate. 10 years of working in somebody's garage with the drums and the guitars and putting it together. Overnight sensation. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Overnight sensation. It only took 10 years.
Yeah,
and it's true. I mean, that's what trading is too.
Well, I like this. The alternative contrarian here, where it's try different ways, you'll know when you find it, and that's the big thing. As soon as I was like, because what I found for myself personally is I was really good at night. I was reviewing my trades like everyone should. I was reviewing the market. I was saying, okay, I should have done this here, I should have done that there, this is the way to do it. And then the market would open and I would just completely do a bunch of other stuff that wasn't a help at all. And then it was like doing that enough times, I go, this just isn't. I'm very good at making the plans. Like I'm there at night saying, okay, this stock is Boeing is great if it can break 220. I'll look for confirmation here, and that's how I'll buy it. And I'd be dead on, but then I managed it poorly. So for me, it just became, okay, if I'm really good at making plans, but I'm not really good at executing, I need to find a way to do that. And the way for me to do that is with swing trading, right? Is that, I have this, it's everything's kind of planned out when the market's off, and all I have to do is kind of set my orders and wait for the next day. And then that really jives with me. And I'm okay with the fact that I know with swing trading, I'm not going to make money every day, right? Eventually, Amara comes along where I'm now nearly up 70% on, and that's great. And then like Mara is my month maker, right? That's all I need it for this month. But some people aren't. They want that more, you know, the smaller, more consistent gains. So yeah, it's very, very much personality driven, right?
And I think, you know, you can have a bit of a combination too. I mean, it's always nice. Now, listen, the reason, Michael, you know, the reason I don't really swing trade, I don't have to, because my wife's stock is just an insanely good. Seriously, I mean, Stantec has just been an insanely good company for her to work for and to have options in, and the stock employee purchase plan. It's an all-time high. That is my swing trade. So consequently, you know, I'm not even going to worry about anything else. And that's our, you know, that's our retirement right there. Jeez. You know, just look at STN. I mean, it's just been, doesn't trade very much. It trades on New York a little bit and Canada a little bit, but man, oh man. But that's, you know, if I didn't have that, it's possible I would look for something else, you know, to sort of throw a few dollars in every month and kind of hang on. But yeah, it's all it's personality driven for sure.
100%. And don't try to force it, because you'll be miserable while you lose money, for sure.
Okay, Michael, I'll let you go now. I better get back into the other room, and let's go and take over the screen from you.
All right.
And thank you again for this.
Oh, no problem. Okay. You have a good one. I'll talk soon.
I will. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get my music going and get rid of the, sorry, I don't, what happened to the announcement? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me get rid of that announcement. And my music, where are you? There we are. Okay, guys. Let's take. I was actually thinking about this MINM. And then it had the rug pulled, so I'm not sure about this. I think the V-WAP's at 422. I have an alert set up here. The reason, I mean, we've gone crazy today with these halts and halts. I mean, the absolute halts and resumes has been going crazy today. Haven't seen a day like this for a while, guys. I mean, you know, we've got, obviously we have the ELOCs, we have the PRFX, we have the BDRX. Any other ones? Yeah, SOS early on. I mean, we've had some incredible moves that were halted, and then they resumed, and they actually, you know, did okay. Now, a lot of them have pulled right back. So anyway, when I saw the MINM, I think the first halt was at, I think I was on my break at 1224, got halted at 415. Moved, what did it come out at? What did it come out at? Yeah, you see, it didn't really move. It got halted at 415. It opened at 415. It did pop up to 434. I watched it come back down to the 415. I thought, okay, maybe. So what I'm doing right now is I've got there's a couple things at play here, though. You know, you've got the 200-day moving average above it, and also the VWAP. So, you know, I forgot, I didn't check that 200-day. So that's actually pretty close also. So you know what? I'm going to have to stick an alert up there more than anything to see if it takes out the 200-day. So I'm assuming that was directed to Michael Weeks in terms of the share power you use for your long. I'm sure you're directed that to Michael. Music? I'm stuck in the 80s. I've got Sirius XM, so I'm into the alt rock stuff. Yeah, I of course I can't answer that for Michael. I don't know. Okay, Utme. I haven't seen Utme for a while. What is Utme doing? UT. Wow, these are just now coming into probably some resistance though. So just not interested. I've never even looked at the financials for Stantec, STN. The only thing I know is the stock keeps going up. Doesn't trade very much. Okay, this is not, it does not trade very much, but when you're an employee and you can take advantage of the share purchase plan and all, it's been awesome. Yeah, just look at the charts. Okay, BDRX, is it ripping higher? Okay, when I looked at it, I was actually toying with the idea of getting into semi-chase mode on it, but nope. Yeah, that would have been a pretty good one, I'm sure. Dip shares and options with QCOM. Well, okay, yeah, Yell. Where was the first time it showed up? Well, let's take a look. Was Yell? Yeah, well, Yell. Well, that's right. Yell was under $1. We've actually had a fair number of good trend plays today that I've seen, and in the type of stuff that I follow. I mean, I didn't take, I didn't. I'm just seeing them. Finger was really good until that red candle. FNGR, really good. The Redfin was awesome. I mean, the Redfin, remember now, the original alert was at $14. And before it had any sort of a pullback, right there, you call that a little pullback. I mean, it went from 14 to 1480, almost straight up. Now it's getting a little more choppy, not terribly choppy. Well, I've changed my price range now back to 1 here. Okay, so now these will. That's why I didn't say Yell. I'll do it for a while, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to probably change that price range in a couple of weeks because of option season. Well, it'll be option season, earnings season starting. We have to figure out a way to minimize the number of alerts that we're going to get. There's some obvious things we can do. So in all of the strategies, this is the common, okay? Doesn't matter whether it's options going up or down, prices going up or down. Right now, it's 1 in 40. Relative volume is 3. 500,000 shares traded, 500 minimum contracts. The count is 25. In other words, it has to make at least 25 new highs or 25 new lows. So this is what we can change. We can up the relative volume, number one. We can even maybe up the volume, maybe even the option volume, things like that, if we get overloaded. That's what I'm going to be doing. Worst thing we want is just, you don't want to get 200 alerts and, well, which one do you trade? The other thing that could happen is that, I mean, right now, at the beginning of the day is when it's going to be most active. So we had one at 9:33, 9:34, a couple at 9:34, 9:35, 9:38. So at least you had, a little bit of time between each, except for, right here. But what could happen, and that's what happened when I took out the count. All of a sudden at 9:30, we had about 10, just like that. You can't possibly know which one to look at. At least here, even though there are a few, I mean, at least there's space by, couple at the same time, but at least there's some spacing so you have a chance to take a look. Is that what happened, real? Okay. By the way, they kid you about a yacht. Do you actually go on a yacht? I mean, they keep talking about your yacht. I've meant to ask you that for months now. No yacht. I didn't think so, but hmm. All right, guys. Let's see. It's 1:16, so I think I'll do my video right now. Won't take me very long. So let me get that announcement in. And there's a marketing meeting. Yeah, today is Tuesday. Yeah, so there's a marketing meeting today at 2 p.m. So the time is 1:17, so say 1:27. Shouldn't be that late, but just in case I have some technical issues while doing my video. Okay, putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So here's another one, guys. Yeah, they up me, okay? So it doesn't trade options. So that's why this little scan here, picks up the slack a little bit. If a stock doesn't trade options, you can still find something here. So if you wanted to, because a lot of the things that you see here in the option plays will be here, you could add a filter here if you wanted to. I'm not saying you have to, but you could add a filter there. Let's type in options. Option volume today, you could put like 1 or put 50, okay? Put 50 or something like that, because some of I have noticed that some of them have traded like 1 or 2 contracts. But maybe, I don't know, put a minimum 50, and then you will not get you'll see the ones that don't trade options. I'm sorry, I'll put 0. Yeah. No, wait a minute. I'm confusing myself here. Maybe in the max. Yeah, put in the max 2 or something like that. But look at me. I see East here, but look at me. I mean, doesn't that look like it's got halt written all over it? Let's take a look at me right now. And it's another China stock. It's not halted yet. I'm just looking. Well, no, the bid ask is changing. There is some trading still, so I guess it's not going to get halted. And it's a formula, guys. Okay, so it's not somebody just pressing a button and saying, "Yeah, I think I'll halt this one." Well, guys, ELOX doesn't look like it is going to do. I thought maybe it was going to take out 9 a little earlier. Right here. No, right here. Anyway, there's the V-WAP 787. So it's challenging the V-WAP right now. 787 is the V-WAP. But that's a pretty big pullback, guys. I mean, from almost 10 down to 8. Pretty big pullback. Doesn't mean that later on it might gain traction again, but the volume is going to have to pick up. You can just see how the volume is. If you look at my 15-minute chart, see how the volume has just tailed off. What I was saying about supply and demand. So yeah, there is your supply, but look, the demand has tailed off. What happens? The stock goes down. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything interesting? This is another one that I thought might get halted. FRLN, but it popped all the way up here, and now it has pulled back. Free line therapeutics. A lot of these are. I mean, we get China, we got the UK, we've got some Israeli stocks. Now let's take a look at East. Somebody is mentioning East. Yeah, look at East also. Oh, it was halted. Okay, it was halted. Okay. Well, that's what traders are looking at right now. Is the next high is 619. Then after that, up here to 823, and they're going, wow, look at this though. So here's the halt for East at 466. What was the time? 119, 124. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute or 5-minute halt, obviously. So this might be if it's usually they're multiples of 5. If it is not a 5-minute halt, usually a multiple of 5. So the next halt resume could be 129. Okay. And so we are about 50 seconds away, 50. So if you're in this one, you're looking pretty good. There's the projected open, 529. There's your halt price at 466. And again, Interactive Brokers, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Your broker has to have something equivalent. Okay, guys, it just opened. It did just open, and wow, what an explosion! What an explosion! I mean, look how wild it is. Look at that bid ask. Look at the spread. I mean, look how wild it is. And let's take a look at the next high. Looking left is at 615. I think this is going to get halted again. Maybe not. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Oh, wow. Here's your projection. So it just got halted again, guys. Now it's not showing up here, and I don't really have an explanation. Sometimes that happens. But it is definitely halted. Now look at this float, 753,000. So that's crazy low. But let me check another site. I want to see what they've got for that float. Yeah, they've got the same. Okay, so that is a crazy low float situation. I mean, some of them, there are crazy low floats, and then there are super crazy low floats. Anything under $1 million is ridiculously low. Now, why was it under? That's because this company has done probably a bunch of reverse splits in the past. Take a look at a monthly chart to see. Yeah, because I don't believe. Yeah, so see, this company never was up to $6,000. Okay, but this is split adjusted. It's probably done, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 reverse splits. This is back in 2014. And again, why does the company do a reverse split? Typically, but not always. But typically, it's because their stock price is under $1. And one of the requirements for NASDAQ to be listed on NASDAQ is to have the stock price over $1. So what they do is a reverse split. So basically, it's just a ratio split or a ratio shift. Switch is what I wanted. A ratio switch is what I wanted. So if a stock has 100 million shares outstanding, I'll make the math super simple. If a stock has 100 million shares outstanding and the stock price is $1, and they do a 1-for-10 reverse split, afterwards, they'll have 1/10 the number of shares outstanding. So they'll have 10 million. The price will increase by tenfold. So it'll be $10. But if you multiply the number of shares outstanding by the stock price, you still get the same market cap. Now, did you mean to say velour, or are you trying to spell valor the Canadian way or the British way, PJ? Actually, I don't. Yeah, I don't think you're spell. I think you're. I think you meant. I think you mean velour as opposed to valor. Okay. I just substitute the A for an E, then you got it. I did. I have a better memory than I do, Paradox, for what I do. It doesn't look like Minim is going to do it. MINM doesn't look like it's going to do it. AMD losing its lunch. Let's take a look at advanced micro devices. Yeah, no, that's a pretty big move. 3% for 1.6 billion in the float. That's a pretty big move. Yeah, excuse me. Okay, you were talking about Apache earlier. Real Apache, APA. Yeah, no kidding. What a great move. How's XLE doing just in general? Yeah, so obviously Apache's an energy play. XLE is, almost doing exactly the same thing. Some little pauses along the way, but yeah, XLE. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had myself on mute. I am very sorry. So, can you guys hear the leaf blower out front? I want to make sure that the noise can't. Oh, you can hear it this time. So the noise canceling is not. Yeah, there was some option. No, but before you guys couldn't hear a peep. I mean, it's literally right outside my window. Okay, so there's something going on with my noise canceling. Well, how about now, guys? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? You can still hear it. Oh, okay, then that didn't work. Interesting. I must have changed some option here. Well, luckily it's going outside or going outside. Luckily it is moving away. Well, it's coming back. I have to find out why that is happening. There was something called best noise cancellation. Well, let's see. Now, let's make sure you guys can still hear me though, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, here's another one, guys. Boy, we're all over. Look at the FLGC now. FLGC, another one that just got halted. What is it doing? Oops. Look at this one. We were in a we're in halt mania today for sure. Another low float. Flora growth sounds like a cannabis play. Yeah, cannabis play. Okay, Canada. Canadian cannabis. Yeah, very low volume, 56,000. You're absolutely right. My minimum for the halts resumes is 20,000, but that is very, very low, especially later on in the day. Yeah, actually, Interactive Brokers has shorts 78,000 for FLGC. And PRFX on the way down now. So there's about a $10 drop. So that's what I'm saying, guys. Low float, wonderful when you're in them and they're moving higher. Not so good. See, but the volume, well, that was a pretty high volume sell-off. But you'd need a big volume burst to stop that one from going down. Hopefully nobody is in this. There is your potential open from 1535, 1214. Just a quick question again. Can you still hear the leaf blower outside? It's backed off a bit, and I did make a bit of a change. I'm not getting any answers here. Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure the change I made did not affect the microphone. Okay, good, good. We had a problem yesterday. No. See, there's always one, the class clown, who got to got to sit in the corner because he was so disruptive in the classroom all the time. Teacher put him at the back, and that would be real. Or right beside the teacher's desk. Keep an eye on you. No blower, okay. Well, it's moved off, though. It has moved off. It's not right outside my window right now. Well, we'll have to wait till next Tuesday at about this time to do the test again. It's not the headphones, PJ. It's the software. Oh, just a joke. I see. I didn't get it. It wasn't funny. If I don't get a joke, then it's not funny. Okay, let's see. Anything else? I'm just kind of looking at some of the small gap breakouts, see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. Yep, it's halted on the way down, Heather. It's halted on the way down. Please tell me you're not in it. Because the projected open is 12.52. So it's about a $2. Oh, Heather. Well, tell me you were in it at 8:37 and not up here at I don't know 16. Yeah, well, so you got in at 16 on the way up, and you didn't sell at 26, or you bought it on the way down at 16, hoping it would bounce. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, hopefully it wasn't a big position because this could be over now. You see, it's through the V-WAP, 1595. Okay. So not an account destroyer, okay? Well, it might open right now. No, it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Oh, you're in, sorry, it was the other one, PFRX. Sorry. So this did not open yet. Okay, well, it's coming back a little bit for you, okay? Let's all cheer this on for Heather. Get that 13 closer to the 15, at least. But this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt. So you're looking at maybe 155 plus 19 seconds before it opens. So don't leave your computer. Oh, okay. Then that's not going to hurt you. You know what stock has not moved at all that I can see, unless it's my scaling. VRDN? Yeah, not really. So they had the news, mixed data reaction. So it's still down 14%. So Wedbush maintains an outperform, but they lower their price target from 48 to 45. Okay, but this is not helping them right now. They did release some information, and I'm trying to see the headline. Yeah, it's sort of disappeared from me now, Interactive Brokers, but it seems to be just a mixed reaction to their results. And so, but the market reaction is not mixed. It's down 14%. It was? When? You know what? You were right. I don't see it in mine. That's interesting, unless I have a filter on. Yeah, for some reason it's not showing here, but I do see that down arrow, but it's not showing here. I have no filters on. It's going to be a bit of a bug. And that, what time did it happen, Heather? Can you check the time? Obviously, it was within the first 15 minutes, or maybe not. That's the 9:45 candle. 8:53, so 9:53 Eastern time. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up for me, which is weird. No, but I don't have any. I have no filters on. Well, unless there's a filter here. No, I have no filters on here at all. Okay, so everything. So if I check closed positions, and okay, but I've got nothing that I. In other words, I should see the positions all day long. You know, like here we have an exit time here for VLRS. I still see it. I wonder if the web-based version is different. Meanwhile, UTME just continues to move higher here. 340 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, I don't know about that GRRR. I don't remember how many R's to add. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, if you're talking about there, but I don't, but that's not, in my opinion anyway, that's not confirmation of a bounce yet. Yeah, we have a big bottoming tail, but you know, for me, a real bounce would have to probably take out 550. You know, that area right there, and then maybe, but this is, yeah, I mean, this has gone quite negative. I mean, so there's a lot of profit taking. Okay, so your PRFX resumed. Yeah, I don't know how many people have shorts for that one, Hal. No, again, just because I don't have shorts at Interactive Brokers, of course, doesn't mean. But I have no shorts available for this one, PRFX at Interactive Brokers. Well, certainly Centerpoint and Cobra, those guys would, but yep. Wow was right. Why? Look at the float. 750,000 in the float. Volume is dried up. Had the big volume push right there. But even that was a lot of selling volume. Really? None at center point for PRFX. Interesting. That's surprising. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:58. So I will attend this marketing meeting, see what's happening. So on mute. Okay, guys, I am now back. Now, you may have noticed I threw up this race, okay? This might be a little more of an interesting race. And by the way, where's Heather? Did you get out of your PFRX or PRFX? Because I do notice that I think it got back almost to the 16 level. So, in fact, what did it get to? Well, it got back up to the 16 level. So I hope you got out of it, learned your lesson, and moved on. But what I've done here is this is a race based on the biggest change in 5 minutes. Okay. Might be a little more interesting, especially for those who are looking for pullback trades. So something is pulled back, then all of a sudden it's making a 5 minute high, or it's changed the most in 5 minutes. So for instance, that's where I was watching when I was in this marketing meeting. I was watching the PFRX, and it made a 7% move. Right now it is even okay, but I was noticing it right here when it got back up over 16. I thought that's an interesting way of looking at it. Instead of just the change from the open, okay, or not to change from the open, but the race changed from the open when the race started. It's nice, but I'm wondering, I have a feeling that maybe a change in 5 minutes might give us especially a little more things on pullbacks. It still requires, okay, where it pulled back. Did it pull back to the V-WAP? Did it pull back to an interesting moving average? Is it through those averages? So I think I'm going to run this race for the next little while. I still have, the doc momentum and everything. I just moved to another screen. I still have it. Not that I'm not going to look at it, but maybe I would just run like the yell. I kept watching the yell, and it was doing right here. It kept, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. It doesn't have to be, and remember now, guys, it doesn't have to wait for the 5 minutes to be over to show you the biggest move. Okay. So I thought I'd show this, and, I may start to analyze this just a little bit more. And I'm not, I can share this. This is not on my homepage, but I can share this if you're interested. Well, in fact, I don't want to duplicate it over and over again. So file, load from cloud, go to my races, and let's see, biggest change in 5 minutes. Okay. Now, remember what the race is all about, where it comes from. So you, of course, can make changes. So if I right click and click on the open the top list. Okay, so this is what it's based on. So guys, this minim may not be over. So let me keep going on this. So these are stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up 2% from the close. Okay, so that's how these stocks make it into the top list. And then what I do is, you notice I've got the percent in 5 minutes. I run the race based on the change. The biggest change in 5 minutes will float to the top. Okay, doesn't have to wait for 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'll put that in here. Free. Now, some might say, well, what about the biggest change in 15 minutes? Remember now, this is all customizable. So all you have to do, let me stop this race. I just want to show you what I'm talking about. So show the race setup. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop the race, and then I'm going to right click and do what? Oh, here we are. So that doesn't make sense. There we go. Maybe I've been wrong here. Let me just give me a moment here. Let's see this race start here, because that was still based on the change from the open. not the open. From when the race started. So let me make sure I know what I'm talking about as I run this race, and just I want to see what happens here. So that actually wasn't looking too bad though, even using the old, call it the old way. So here's B big. Okay, let's see what's happening with B big. Okay, guys. By the way, okay. There's the minim. There's the minim. This could be in store for a late breakout here. You know what the issue is though? Look at this. Well, the spread can go really bad. Right now it's 436, 444, but that flashed up to 436 because at what? Look at it now. You see what I'm saying? 414, 445. You've got to be really careful on something like this. I know somebody was asking earlier about a spread, but I mean, this is really bad. I mean, this sort of makes it a little untradeable. So let me just see how this plays out. Okay, I just want to see how this kind of plays out because now it is based on the biggest change over 5 minutes. Let me do something. Let me do something else here. I'm going to turn it into a 5-minute race. Again, I'm kind of playing around with this right now. Okay, now this medium, boy, that spread was better. I mean, I'd be all over it to be honest. Here's another crazy one, guys. The JYD went nuts. Look at another low float China, low float China. All right, where the heck is Minim here? I know it was here somewhere. Here we are. Yeah, I mean they're making it they're making it untradeable. 418, 441. You've got to be really committed. I mean, you want the stock right now, you got to pay 441. You might be able to get something in the middle using IB, but then they could yank that bid and get it underneath 3 or 4. Well, I wish you all the best there, Tank, on that one. I hope they don't yank the bid on you. It's funny. I kind of like the way I had it before. That was just the oil change from the open. But you know what? I mean, I'm going to give this this is 5 minutes, 2.67% so far in 5 minutes, or as we're speaking. I don't think it has to wait for the 5 minutes to be over. Well, it won 2 races early, BDRX, but again, I have to say that it wasn't based on. I mean, it looked pretty good, because it was right here, and it has moved. Again, like everything else, though, just because something wins a race doesn't mean you just pile into it. But I'd be looking at this BDRX right now. Unfortunately, this is all jumbled up. Where's the VWAP? 710. So the VWAP is just a little bit over it. Somebody asked earlier, now, was that in YouTube or was that in the main room? And I forgot to answer. I think somebody said, well, why does the race take 30 seconds to start? It just does. Okay. They were saying why, I want to minimize it to 10 seconds. It just does. I don't, right now, there's no, in the marketing meeting though, I saw some really interesting things they're doing, and including the racing. It's very interesting what they're doing. Shady and I are exactly the same in terms of how we handle risk management. As he said, when I get into, if I'm going to take a trade, I have to know where I'm getting out. I have to make sure that if I get into the trade, I have there's enough room that it makes sense on a risk reward basis. And and how many shares I take will be determined by the difference between my entry and my exit, or my stop. Yeah, I don't backtest anything, Jeffrey. Okay, so I'll never backtest. Nothing is backtested for me. Nothing. I just want to see the alerts, and then I make up my mind. As long as I'm not overwhelmed with, bunches like all the alerts. So let's take a look at FLGC as an example. Let's see if, so you can see what's happened. I mean, remember this is a 15-minute chart. It might look a lot different if I had a 5-minute chart up. Let me just do that. I'll use that for a while just to kind of see. Well, I can actually see I've got a 5-minute chart on my other monitor, and I can see, I can see a 5-minute push. You guys listen to Mad Dog Radio? Anyway, I can see the 5-minute push. Okay, you can see the 5-minute push right there. Now, does it mean it's going to continue? No, we don't know, but at least it's alerting ourselves to something that, and it doesn't. And by the way, it doesn't have to be something that has been beaten up. This could be a 5-minute high, could also be, and which could translate also being a market high too. I can't remember. I keep thinking that I've got something wrong with it, and that used to be, I used to love this a lot better than the ones moving higher. But you know what? We're just in a market, down 40% from the open. Okay, 500,000 shares, current volume. Like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Well, the price exit is always good. We're not talking target now. At least I'm not talking target. I don't think Shady's talking target. My price exit is going to be based on what I think is maybe a support level on the chart. If I use a 15-minute chart or maybe a 5-minute chart where I think there might be a support area. So we're doing this really quickly. Sizing is sometimes it doesn't have to be done super quickly. I mean, obviously in a stock like an ELOX or something like that is moving quickly. Okay. But I mean, in a situation like this, as an example, if I thought I wanted to take this trade, I'd be looking at this and going, okay, I think 290, probably 290 is a support level that if it broke down through 290. So if we made the math super simple and I got in at 3 and I looked at this on the 5-minute, I said, well, 290 is, I don't want to be in as if it was below 290. Make the math simple. I've got a 10-cent stop. I look left. Do I have a possibility of it making 20 cents? But if I have a 10-cent stop and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, then I can take 1,000 shares. Remember, I don't know if Shady does exactly the same thing, but I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. So if I'm in the simulator, I try to demonstrate, not that I did it here. I just was showing people how to take a trade, but let's just do it here. FLGC. I'll just take the trade right here. See, can I find it? Here we are, FLGC. So it's going to load here. I'll take 1,000 shares. I'm going to buy it, send it. Okay. And I'm putting my stop at 289. Again, I'm just using this as an example. Okay. So when you see this, when you see the amount, which should appear, I'm wondering, am I on the, no, there we go. So you'll see it says approximately 100. Okay. It says minus 96. So if I were taking this trade for real, okay. And I said, okay, I want to get in at 299. I'm putting my stop at 289 because that's where I think the stop could go. But can I make 20 cents on the trade realistically? So I'd be looking left, say, well, okay, maybe. I mean, there's 342 right on the high here. And all that's done fairly rapidly. So that would share size me. Well, I didn't make, oh, I see. You mean the change I just made? No, you'll have to make the change. No, it doesn't automatically up because just because I make a change doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want, session. So if you took this one, then the changes you will make, if you want it to be exactly like this, it doesn't have to be. I changed it to a 5-minute race, okay, from 4 to 5. And then based on what I had it before was still in the open, change from the open. So I changed it to the change in 5 minutes %. You'll have to do that. That would be pretty terrible bad if I gave you, well, you think about it, if I gave you some scans and you like them, and then all of a sudden you have them the way you want them, and then all of a sudden I make some changes on my end, which would affect you. You wouldn't want that. But you can make the change. You should understand how to do it yourself. So again, you have the race right here. So just click on the square. That'll stop the race, and then right click, and then show race setup. And once you do that, now here's your menu. And so what I changed, you don't have to, but I changed it to 5 minutes from 4. And then this was the big one based on, instead of the change from the open, change in 5-minute %. And that's just a drop down menu. You see, all of the reason why we see these is because these are all column headers in my top list. So again, without getting too complicated here, but if I right click and open the top list, remember all races start from a top list. So you notice you can run the race based on any top list header that you have. There's the change in 5 minutes. This is what I've been using almost forever. Change from the open. Okay. And you don't have to have this top list up and running. I know I never have it up and running. You could, yeah, you can base a race on anything, Jeffrey, as long it always starts from a top list, and then you base it on, as long as you can as long as you have a column header, you can base it on the option volume increasing. So if you want to see stocks in which the actual option volume is increasing, you could base a race on that. So you could base a race on the option volume % increasing or the actual number of contracts increasing. I actually thought about doing that, putting it side by side with the option plays. As long as you have the header, but you have to start from a top list window. Does that make sense, Paradox? I mean, a lot of it is on the go, but it was how I've been trading for a long time. I always know where my stop is if it doesn't work. Now, and that's the other issue, though. I mean, where I think some support is may not be where you think support is. Okay. And that's always going to be an issue. And that's why I say, if you're just starting out trading, maybe you want to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, because that is a defined number. There's no guesswork about, I wonder if this is support based on the chart, or I wonder if this is support. So you could probably, if I were starting out brand new, I would probably, assuming, I want to take the trade, it meets all my criteria. And when I look at the stop of the previous 5-minute candle, let's say that's 10 cents away, and I look left, can I make 20 cents on this trade? Make at least a 1 for 2? Doesn't mean you're going to, just because you want, of course, that's why you have a stop. Just because, you think that you can make a 1 for 2 on a trade doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. But when I trade, I want to have a realistic expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 based on what I see. Doesn't happen all the time, of course. And sometimes, it gets close to a 1 for 2, and then it starts to move down. And I think to myself, maybe I should get out at least some. Is that settlement news still? That's at Forever Chemicals? Never heard that term. Never have I heard that term until maybe a month ago when it first started with Triple M. Never. PFAs, the Forever Chemicals. Never heard of it. In fact, I don't even know what I know PFA is an acronym for something. You'd have to tell me again. I've forgotten. But nope, never heard of Forever Chemicals. It's grayed out? You mean what I gave you is grayed out? So what happened? Okay, so Sashin, you can see my screen, right? So you've got maybe the race running, right? Okay, so you've got the race running. Looks like this. It doesn't, never mind the fact that it says 5 minutes, but it looks like this. Is that correct? Just waiting for a yes. No. Okay, so it doesn't look like that. Okay. Okay, so what does it look like? Hard for me to know now what it's going to look like. Let me, I think that's the link. Yeah, that's the link. Okay, so I want to make sure my link is working. Okay, so I'm going to file, load from cloud, load it. So you're not seeing this? I mean, I just loaded it. I just loaded the link I gave you. Well, everybody, not just you, of course, and this, so you're not seeing something that looks like this? Oh, you fixed it. Okay. And then okay. So then all you do is click on the square. right there. Click on the square. Whoops, click on the square. And then right click, show ray setup. And now here you are in the main, in where you can make the changes. Now, don't forget, if you make any changes at all, I'm not just you, Sashin, but you make any changes at all, guys, don't forget to save your work. At the very least, I mean, any change you make, first of all, I would always save to the cloud. Okay, so here, the fact that you've got it on your screen right now does not mean it's in your cloud. Okay, so if you right click, save or share to cloud, okay, and then save it. It'll be in your cloud. Okay, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Remember, I can share all my scans and everything, so they're appearing on your screen, but it's not in your cloud yet. Just think of it this way: when I share anything, it's coming from my cloud, and then you're seeing it on your screen. Now you have to put it in your cloud. And then, at the very least, if you file and then exit, and it's going to ask you, to want to save your layout, yes or no, just say yes. And then tomorrow, when you load your layout, everything will be, everything will have been saved. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I think we're just about done here. We're a little over time. That's okay. So just want to one more time talk about my homepage. Let's say that race is not on my homepage. I might add it. I didn't see any, Luis. I did not see any news on PRFX. I did not see any news. However, I do see some news on Pluri. Soars on a 4.2 million contract right there. There is some news for Pluri. So clicking on my home page. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please click on my home page and use this code. This will help to keep the room free. You've heard me say this a few times now, guys. So, the company has to know that the trading room, it's a free room, but it's like any other business. They have to make sure that it's paying for its way, and the fact that I do the marketing in the room. The only way they know is if you guys take out a subscription using my promo code. That's the only way they know. So please use that code. Do the get started. New to trading, trading 101. Big education section here. And here are my scans. Okay. Now that scan, I may get Rudy to and say, I might take out I may add a scan. I may add it. I think there's room to make it. Yeah, I could add it down here. Maybe add this scan. The biggest change in 5 minutes. Bottom line is, I don't want the room to disappear. Okay. We've been doing this for free since 2015. I would love to keep it that way. So, and this is not directed at people who are in here and are just kind of feeling around about whether they want trade ideas or not. I'm just talking about those of you who actually say, you know what, I want to take out a subscription. Just use my link. I understand there can be a lot of people in this room that are still completely unsure about whether, number one, they want the program, whether they want to trade. Some of you are just in here for entertainment purposes, and that's fine. I'm just really directing this to people who are that want to take out a subscription. How often did I use my option scans? Are you talking to me, Trevor? Well, I guess you are. Of course you are. Well, I use it every day. Now, I resurrected it. I used to use it almost, I wouldn't say exclusively. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe go 5-6 years ago, I probably used it for 3 straight years. Loved it. And then, I don't know, something happened. Didn't like it anymore as much as I liked it before. And so I wasn't using it. And it's only in the last couple of months that I resurrected it, and I'm loving it again. Which is the reason why of course I'm sharing it. Well, guys, you heard me talk about minim, M-I-N-M. Why I thought we should stay away from it because of the spread, and we could have thought, you know what, that spread won't matter. You're right. The spread would not have mattered if it had gone up to 5 and right through and got up to 526 or even higher. It wouldn't have mattered. Can't take that chance, in my opinion. Okay, can't take the chance. Now, that spread right now is not as bad. 410, 420 is not as bad. But remember, when I was showing this, it was like 411, 441, untradeable. Trevor, what do you mean? What happened to it? You mean, why did I stop? You guys, ELOX, sorry, Trevor. ELOX is making a little surge here. ELOX is coming back from the dead here. Look at this. Volume coming in. Some volume is coming in. I mean, if it takes out 10, it's possible this could have a late day run. So are you asking what happened to it? Why I stopped using it? I can't really remember, Trevor. I think what might have been happening is when we weren't in earnings season, because that's when a lot of times that's when your option volume will explode. A company has earnings. As long as the company is optionable, you will see a big explosion in earnings or an option volume. And that's what we're looking for, like the abnormal option activity. And I think what happened is, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, when we're outside of earnings season, I was getting like 1 or 2 alerts, and I thought, the heck with it. And so it's possible, but we're not in earnings season at all. And to be honest, we're getting probably too many alerts right now. And I'm really going to have to do something because week and a half to 2 weeks, we're going to be, we're going to get a lot of earnings released. A lot of companies releasing earnings. And what I don't want is for this to have like 100 symbols in it. So going to probably have to make some changes in terms of, increasing increasing the way in which something can be in here. So some quick ones are, the relative volume. Maybe I have to up that to 5. I don't know. Maybe I have to put the minimum volume to a minimum million shares. Maybe I have to put the option volume to 1,000 contracts minimum. Things like that. Okay, because can't have so many that you're just overwhelmed. But we're not there yet. But that's a good, and the other thing too is that all the scans that I have created in the 13 years that I have been a subscriber to Trade Ideas, they go into in the early days there was no cloud, but they go into the cloud now. So just for that very reason, look at this, boy, this is really challenging. Just for that very reason, because some scan that I might have been using and then I didn't like it anymore for whatever reason, I don't just delete it. I put it into the cloud, and then I can always bring it back. Look at this ELOX. Well, that's why we don't anticipate a 10 break, guys. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up, get on my bike, go for a nice ride. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Again, if there is, oh no, this is not a motorcycle, PhD. Oh, this is outside. No, it's a road bike. It's a nice road bike. Not if you're thinking it's a motorcycle. Hold 1 second. Okay. Seconds up. Yeah, no kidding. Pop and drop. I'm sure that sucked in, unfortunately, a lot of people. Not me, because you see where my price alert is. It had to break the high of the day before I was going to get interested, and it didn't do it. Thank you, Jeffrey. Tell your friends, tell everybody to come into. You don't have to be subscribers to Trade Ideas. They don't have to even know anything about trading. It might be just a good, it's not really a course, but it might be interesting for people who know nothing about trading, to listen and just also see other people's posts about trading, just to get a glimpse into what it's all about. Okay, guys, I think that's it. So now the room will be open. The main room will be open later than 8 o'clock, probably a little earlier. I don't open it anymore. Chris or William opens it. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas does it. So I can sleep in a little bit more now. But I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock, okay? And I go from 9 to, well, whatever. Certainly till 3. And I'll always stay later if there are questions. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now I'll shut down the YouTubers.